Yo, now what's up? Thank you, thank you. Love y'all too. Always happy to see the love. Just trying to organize some tabs here as I'm looking into the stratosphere. Playing some background music for myself. Relinquished. Well, today we're doing Ancient Sanctuary, in which Relinquished is much earlier. So, you know, if you like Relinquished, might not see me here, but in spirit at least, he'll be there. Hopefully, every card is here this time. This is gonna be kind of interesting because this is the last of the I don't know what you call it, the TCG sets. I would say the like TCG exclusive sets rather. Whereas after this set, the TCG and the OCG get in sync, where sets starting with Soul the Duelist and Rise of Destiny, Flame of Eternity, all those sets are one whole set. Whereas Ancient Sanctuary in the OCG was two different sets. So this isn't the last of the GOAT format sets. The last of the GOAT format sets is the Lost Millennium, which is the first kind of second GX set, in which Lost Millennium it would be one, two, three, like four sets after this. So that's a ways away. Probably won't do Lost Millennium. Probably save that if I decide to do like a GX thing. But we will at least do Soul of the Duelist, Rise of Destiny, and Flaming Eternity. So we'll be finished at like probably in sometime in May, I would think. Yeah, no. Elemental Energy is that'll be like late 2005, I believe. That'd be a bit later. That's for Reaper format, I believe. Has Elemental Energy and a couple other GX sets too. Um, no, at the very latest, EN was 2006, but that was at least because Elemental Energy was early GX. Unless I'm mistaken, but I have a handy dandy thing called the internet here, which this is always be the first set that I don't have a complete set of. I'm currently actually working on it. So if I have to look up cars, I'll have to look at them online instead of my handy dandy notebook. Yeah, November 05 for English. But it became legal in December though. So yeah, so like unless things pop up, next week will be SOD, then RDS, then FET. So we'll probably be done the tier list streams by May 9th, I think. Which is kind of crazy. I mean, we've been doing these tier list streams for God, what feels like forever, but it's nice in a way that it gives me like a quick idea for a stream, basically, right? Like I know each week it's going to be like a tier list, this and that. I don't want to do this forever. I like to change things up, but sometimes I might make some streams a little less interesting than others, but also gives me more opportunities to try some fun stuff out. Especially, another reason also too is just because we got all the later sets are gonna be less familiar cards to my immediate brain. Paladin, what's up? What's my favorite classic set? I actually have a whole video on my channel about this. If I can find it. There's a few though. I enjoy a lot. Uh, stuff like Pharaonic Guardian I like, or Metal Raiders I like. That kind of. Can I get a quick? Yeah, check this out. I gotcha. I gotcha. I did this. When did I make this? May 2022. Jeez, 2 years ago. Oof. It's top. It's basically like a top five. I wouldn't mind doing a top 10 at some point, but I feel like five was already kind of tough for me to figure out. Like at least there's definitely a top four. I would say. I feel like five was kind of me just trying to like figure it out. I really had to think about it. You know, things change now and again, but yeah, I wouldn't mind doing like a top 10 at some point, right? Kind of going more in depth in certain things and fleshing things out. But I would like to, do more of my history series so I can get a better understanding of like more of the sets. Although I could always do a DM era or GX era like ranking thing. That could be kind of fun. Ranking the sets. Though it is a little unfair to some degrees. I mean, unless I do like a TCG exclusive thing, because once we hit Soul the Duelist, all the sets are like a hard 60 cards, so like they're way smaller and honestly less impactful in a lot of ways compared to these like giant sets. So that might be a little bit unfair, but hey, who knows? Could be a GOAT format thing, could be a exclusives, ranking all TCG exclusive sets. But I'll have to like probably ask around for that. Do people use Golem in GOAT format, like Gear Golem Moving Fortress or Ancient Gear Golem? Or Destroyer Golem, the vanilla from Starter Deck Yugi. If you're referring to Ancient Gear Golem, not really. Like, you only have three ancient gears in GOAT format. Um, we have Ancient Gear Golem, Ancient Gear Beast, and Ancient Gear Soldier, I believe. So there's not really much like synergy with a lot of them. Like Ancient Gear Beast is good, but just no one really plays it just because there's just better cards in the format. Even though Beast is a good card in its own right, Ancient Gear Golem, it's good in its own right. Hey Lee, what's up? Hey Janjo. What's your favorite deck slash archetype? I'm trying to talk with not like my like normal deep voice when I'm doing streams. See if it helps at all. I wish I had like a I wish I had a like a smoothie or like a milkshake like every stream. Maybe I could do like smoothies each like for dinner for like stream nights. Just have it on here. I mean that way I could even stream earlier. Hey Janjo, what's your least favorite deck archetype? Of all time? I mean that's covering a lot. There are just endless amount of decks and archetypes. I feel like that needs to be a little more specified. I mean, I guess anything that just makes the game not fun and degenerate, like any of those kind of decks. I don't know off the top of my head, because like there are even decks like Scientist FTK that, while obviously playing against them, like I don't want to play against them, but if I'm watching it, I'm really intrigued on how people have to like think about their combos. In Goat Edison, I couldn't tell you. I don't know too terribly much about Edison. I mean, Blackwing decks are kind of a pain to play against because they're really good, but I can't say that's like my least favorite. Um, in GOAT format, I mean, geez, I don't know. I mean, if we're talking about like top decks, like if we're talking about my least favorite for top deck wise, maybe Chaos Control. I don't know. I feel like Chaos Control is one of those decks that I feel like it's trying to be two different things. I think that's why it never quite sees a lot of results in like top placing stuff. I feel like you'd rather just play like a Go Controller Chaos Turbo. But even that's like, I'm not like shitting on the deck or anything. It's just like, well, if I pick a deck that I'm like, yeah, it's a little sus just because of my own personal logic. Maybe that. Maybe like spell like one of those like library FTK kind of decks. Those aren't really fun, I think. Right? Like those are kind of decks more built for single player solitaire. Not terribly fun to watch. Oh, there is a deck I do recall. Not Go to Redison. This was like a few years ago. Like any of those like synchro spam decks, I hate those. Ones that use like a level eater and just take forever to set up a board. Anything that takes like an incredibly long time to like set up a board, I hate. Like I feel like with FTKs and OTKs, those are something where I feel like there's a lot more importance to like the thinking behind the decks and the playing of them compared to decks that just want to set up a big old board, which are I mean they're roundabout OTKs in and of themselves, but they're not designed to be so. They're just designed to be impossibly overwhelming, and I don't think that's very fun to the game. I think that's kind of a creation of like broken cards or bad card design. So I would say like those high amount of like spammy decks. Those kind of make me more annoyed than anything. Do you watch other YouTubers? If not, do you watch if you're relaxing? Um, none of like the big channels. I can tell you that. I just watch a lot of like smaller channels. If like Goat format streaming, I watch Goat format. Um, I usually watch like other not Yu-Gi-Oh related content. Yo, History by Geo1, what's up? Yeah, I try not to watch like too much like Yu-Gi-Oh content online just because I don't want it to like affect my own thing and just like a couple other reasons. And I rather watch like the smaller, more of the smaller channels, just to support them more. So like I don't like I used to watch them before I started doing my own content, right? Like I used to watch like Simo and Cali Effect and some of those guys, but since I've been doing my own content, I haven't watched them in years. I prefer to do my own thing. I don't I'll find it for myself anyway, particularly healthy to um watch myself and mentally like compare to other of those channels. Like I watch bigger channels of other genres and other YouTube spheres. Um but I kind of like steering my own ship, if you know what I mean. Series 1 videos haven't been too bad. Mistakes mostly minor. Yeah, I mean people enjoy them. All the more power to them. I prefer my more analytical, educational looks into them more than just like gameplay. Because everyone does gameplay, right? That's why I'm the best Yu Gi Oh channel out there, because I'm the only one that does what I do. Not that I'm the most popular or most well produced, but in terms of what I'm doing, I'm the best. You better believe it. I got a lot of great videos planned, by the way. We got the Booster 2 video, which is next week. next Sunday, which you can watch right now on Patreon. And the following Sunday, I have off. And then May got the Meadowlands video, and then another Yu-Gi-Oh CG. Then another. And then we're doing from the side deck next month is going to be a pretty cool ranked video. And June, I haven't ran anything on my June calendar yet, but June's going to be a fun month too. A puffed daddy. Oh, I don't want to be the diddler. Hit out people called. No, I don't know about that. Yeah, I think I'm pretty buff. Look at this. I work out. I haven't worked out all week though. I've been feeling bad. I was gonna work out yesterday, but I was like feeling like complete crap yesterday, and I was busy Monday. 'Cause usually I work out Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And sometimes if I miss a day, I'll just like add stuff on. But tomorrow, I'll probably won't be able to get everything in tomorrow. But I'm planning to get into the gym tomorrow at least because I usually go in like the evenings. I can't do mornings. I'm not a morning person whatsoever. It has to be like usually after work. I'll go. Well, I'll leave work a little bit early. Go to the gym, just like get there at a reasonable time. And by the time I finish, get back, take a shower, cook dinner. Puffed. I mean, I got I look good when I'm in the mirror. I gotta say, proud to see that because I worked for that. You're watching the Battle City arc. Oh, nice. Battle City, the Battle City arc is a good arc, but it is significantly better in the manga. Now, I say a lot of time manga is better, but like just from like an animation perspective, you can tell the Battle City arc is definitely cheaper animation, right? There's a lot of just still shots of just like mouths moving, right? It's just a lot of this, like da 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 da. Whereas you watch the Duel's Kingdom arc, like, I feel like they really went a little harder into the animation. And I suppose rightfully so. That's the first, that's where they get the biggest budget starting that anime off. But I always enjoy it. It's a little more skillful dueling than the more shonen-y elements of the Duel's Kingdom arc. I have not heard of the legendary Singapore dub. No, I can't say I have. What would be like the top tier stuff in this set? I mean, maybe like enemy controller, King of the Swamps for sure. He's S. I don't know. This is. Should I zoom this in more? Is that 150? That may be a little less. King of Swamp, I think, is S tier. This dude searches Polly, can be used like anything. I mean, it's definitely one of the best cards of the set, I think. I don't think there's any ban cards, cards that were like ever banned. Because I think Econ was like set to 1, but Moki Moki is obviously overpowered. What's your opinion on the new Speed Duel set? I really like it. I bought 3 boxes of it. A Moki Moki S tier. He's definitely a tier. I mean, yeah, with the new Speed Duel set, we just got a skill 4 Moki Moki, which I bought some Speed Duel cards in addition to the boxes I'm still waiting to get in the mail. And I do plan on making a Moki Moki and a Cyber Dark deck. I think there's a lot of fun skills in it. I think we have yet to see the complete ramifications of midterm destruction, but it seems to be good. It doesn't seem to be any broken skill, right? Like we saw with My Precious Queen, and that in itself, I'm happy. I don't think it's as fun as uh, Streets of Battle City, aside from not counting Precious Queen. But I still think it's like it's a good set. It's not a bad set. There's a lot of fun stuff to like build of it. Oh, enemy controller was never limited. I don't know why I was thinking it was like I might be just thinking of brain control. Oh, hey, it's a set with the worst vanillas. It's I think fun vanillas or flavorful vanillas might be the better term. Was Monster Gate ever hit? Yeah, Monster Gate's still limited. Interesting vanillas. Because I don't think they're like. I mean, if we're being honest, like there might not be like many, if any, S tiers, but there's definitely a set where it was a dip in quality, perhaps more of a cooldown period from Invasion of Chaos. So what's up, Yami and James Nguyen? Shineball's good. Yeah, we've seen Shineball, appear in the meta. Night Assailant. True. Rise of the Fairies. Yeah, a lot of fairies. Like Monster Gate, So that's like an good A tier. Night Assailant's really good. Is the S tier though? He does have loops. He was limited for a large chunk of time. He only got unlimited in May 2022, so he was hit for a very long time. That's fair. Yeah, I get an errata. All right, yeah, I'll put him in S tier. I feel like with Monster Gate, it's a bit more specific. It does like enable decks, but I don't think it is like. But maybe it's worth an A tier or S tier. What do y'all think about Monster Gate? Yeah, it's definitely an A or an S. Especially because I think the issue with this, so when you're looking at it, it's like, well, how do you separate like a lot of it? S I M O. There's not too many like like econ. Uh, like there are good cards in this set. Yeah, like the problem is trying to like separate like this. What's the word I'm looking for? To like have a list that is more acclimated to ancient sanctuary. Okay, I'm getting a couple S's, so okay, I'll bump that up. Because then there's like, is walk A, I guess, or like wall. Like wall was limited for a very long time too. Whereas enemy controller wasn't. Do we have to like acclimate S tier to like limited cards? I don't know if that's fair. Also, we have a Mystic Walk spell with a 2Ks. While revealing light, when you activate this card, pay any multiple of 1,000 life points. None of your opponent's monsters with attack equal or to or less than the attack and light to the life points you paid can attack. So typically you'd pay like 2,000 life points, and then like a good chunk of your opponent's monsters just like can't attack. It's like it's mainly using like a lot of stally decks. That's kind of like its main function. Do you have any likes on? We got 3 likes on the stream. I'm sure we can bump that up to at least 5. I'm feeling like limited is at least worth that. Yo, how do you, the Ryukuda? What's up? Hello, I recently got back into the casual Yu-Gi-Oh! After not playing much for 15 years. I massively enjoy your videos. Thank you for making them. Oh, it's like a clever sneaky peep. Oh wow, Barracuda. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Barracuda. Thank you for jumping on the stream. I'm typically stream once a week and got some fun videos. Glad you enjoy them. Yeah, not many people doing the kind of stuff I'm doing, so it's no better place to be. Went to Yugi Kaiba and Critter Bear. Yeah, very based. I'm a little based. God, yeah, I remember when when I first got into Yugi Kaiba, it was like there were decks. It was just like one deck at the time, basically. Spiciest. I'm a spicier meatball. Yeah, like I mainly focus on like DM era stuff, but I do have like all my history things, and I'm doing more on like the OCG side of things too. If you're into like the Japanese side, got my Yu-Gi-Oh! OCG series, which I got some fun stuff. You're hearing it. I don't know if you're hearing it now. Maybe I mentioned this before. Um, but June is planned to be like an OCG themed month. So we're gonna get a Yu-Gi-Oh history, a side deck, and a Yu-Gi-Oh OCG, all OCG themed. Which Yu-Gi-Oh OCG is already OCG themed, but that's just on top of everything. Yo, David Hum. I can barely like read things trying to go over here. What's up? Mystic Walk is S tier since it makes life difficult for burn. I mean that's true, but I don't know. If it like it's definitely more of like a side deck card and kind of just it's good. Like it's really good. Um but it's kind of, I don't know. I want to say it's S tier, but it's definitely up there. Um yeah, a lot of people like it in Go format as a staple. For burn, also like decks kind of like throughout certain formats just for time based things. Um and keep in mind that this list isn't just like GOAT format. This is TCG specific, all encompassing. Which can mean a variety of things too. If it was used like throughout the history of Yu-Gi-Oh, that's one thing. If it was like incredibly broken in a specific format, that's one thing. If it's seen play in like certain ways, that's something. Lot of factors. It's not a simple binary system for the list. Although some things that we do consider, especially in a set like Ancient Sanctuary, which historically didn't really have much of an impact. Like there are good cards in it, but a lot of them, didn't quite have like huge impact. Some will take later than others. Like Enemy Controller, like that's A tier, I would say. Like it's a really good card. It's a bit weaker in some regards to like other similar cards. like a mind control, brain control, Book of Moon, that kind of stuff. But it's still good though. It's still good. The set has a lot of fun jank win cons. Would you are them good for being fun or bad for being bad? Hey, and honestly, I enjoy like chaotic cards. I think there's like fun to be had with cards. As we've been doing these tier lists week by week, we start to see which I feel like F is it's a little more defined than just like, oh, it's a bad card. Like it's like this is a bad badly designed card that makes zero sense. Oh, it's all good. Zaborg's really good too. Zaborg's really good. Zaborg was never limited, but I'm considering putting him in S tier. What about you guys? A or S? Because I mean, it's not like King of the Swamps was limited. I'm pretty sure he wasn't. No. I mean, Zaborg was around for a good chunk of time. I mean, basically up until like Ryza, but even kind of still. Where did that Zaborg man go? There you are. You need to test something really quick. Oh no. Depends what you're testing, but sure, I guess. Ooh, wait a minute. We forgot a big card. Stream dies. I die. What about level limit area B? That card's got to go up here, right? Protect. So I won't say every card that was limited gets an S because like Protector of the Sanctuary got limited, but that it never really deserved to be limited. That's like that's the thing though. He had like a deck in the OCG that was more theoretical than anything. Yeah, basically, like there's always the worry of the like the combos you could do with it, with stuff like card destruction and morphine jar, but it never really went anywhere. It was just more of a thing people like thought about, maybe people messed around with, but it didn't do anything really. So like I wouldn't call that any S tier. But like honestly, I think that's like assaulting for a B tier, right? Like it's a good effect. It just kind of misses that certain element of being like really good. I feel like if you wanted to find like a B tier card, honestly, that may be a good way to go about these lists. Which I'm just thinking now is try and find like one per tier that make things a little easier. Like what's a underwhelming card or like average at best card that's bad but like not the worst and then just outright bad. Because I think we're gonna learn that there are decent cards in this set, like for sure. Like, because the thing with like a lot of these vanillas, right? Um, like Fair Servant and Pharaonic Protector, like they're designed around a card that's like it's bad. Um, a card like Kozaki, like it's designed to be the way it is, right? Like one thing you have to think about when looking at these cards, which is what I've been doing, is kind of think about the why, right? Like a one card with like, I mean, this guy's basically just supposed to be a dude. You know, he's a weird demonic scientist guy. Moki Moki is S. Yeah, it's like Moki Moki. I mean, like it's yeah, I feel like the vanillas are designed to be a very certain way they are in this set. Like the set feels like they had more of an idea or a thematic regarding the vanillas. And I feel like a lot of previous sets did, which was just like, hey, let's just print 18 beaters or whatever. Kozaki decks are theoretically a thing, right? Using level limit area B in Giant Kozaki. I mean, and that's another thing to keep in mind too, is that you could theoretically use a good chunk of cards in any way. Like you could theoretically use something with something, right? Like an unexpected die or reinforcements of the army, but that doesn't necessarily mean the card's like better or worse per se. Because otherwise you'd just be talking about stuff forever. Yeah, exactly, James. Like the vanillas had more of an idea. Like Metal Armor Bug, this card actually like saw play in Demise OTK. And like, you know, with like Doom Dozer and stuff. Those Doom Dozer Demise stuff. Because he's a high level vanilla. Warrior Zera, he was designed behind like a theme behind them. Now, I'm not saying these cards are good or anything. I mean, there's certainly ones that are better than others. But that kind of makes it a little tricky, though, right? Especially considering like some of the cards. Like, what is a truly terrible card in this set? I don't know the set off the top of my head for some of these cards. So I might need to open up the ye ol' Wikipedia here. Like I'm just gonna open a random card here. Yeah, Bakiru is pretty bad. Let's look at like KA2 Death Scissors. When it destroys a monster and sent to the battle graveyard, inflict damage from its life points equal to level monster times 500. But it's like you're never gonna beat over like anything with this student, right? And like if you beat over things, it's gonna be like low levels. So it's like where do you put like like this card? Like he seems really bad. What is he? Like he might be an F tier, honestly, for how much you need to like figure that thing out. What was it? White Magician Pikiru. Pikiru would get more support though, right? Like later down the road or something. Ooh, that's really bad. 400 for each monster you control. Like it kind of works. With like a fire princess kind of deck. But like, what's that doing that you're not getting from like Dark Lord Marie or Solemn Wishes? I mean, like we can always move things around, but like I feel like Metal Armored Bug I'd probably give a C on the basis that while it was like a very key card in Demise OTK, it's pretty much just here for the level. So it's basically just like like it's just specific ritual ritual fodder that fits a bill, but it literally could be like have been like anything else. And I feel like that's worth a C, even though like it's has seen play. Arch, it's not. I'm not Alphorus. Archlord Zerato is S for me. The Zeratas are really dope. I gotta say. Amplifier. I remember for a while I thought Amplifier was like a really rare card for some reason. Um, it's cool it can't be negated. Lets you use trap cards. Although if that sort of destroys Jinzo, so it's a little bit of a downside. Yeah, it definitely has a downside to it. Like allowing you to use trap cards too is cool, but like you need Jinzo on the field, which is already asking for like stuff to just have this card exist. Like it's not inherently bad. Like I like what they're doing with it. The idea of just shutting off your opponent's traps and their traps only is like really cool. Oh, this is difficult. Where do you place amplifier? I could definitely see an argument for D. Hmm. What's the problem with these tier lists? Sometimes it's like when you're thinking too hard about it. Yeah, it's not an F tier. Like, yeah, I would not say it's an F tier card. Yeah, I guess D. About a Japanese Zerato near mint. It's great. Shame it has great effect, but it's limited by the fact it needs a lot of setup. Honestly, I feel like it's not as much setup as like people want because like with the Zeratos, right? You basically just need like the main one in hand, right? Whereas Zera can be searched out with Rhoda, and the field spells can be this and Pandemonium can be searched out by terraforming. So like you can have a ton of copies in your hand. And you just get this guy on special summon. But it does take a lot of resources, which I will admit. Curse of Anubis honestly is like I think he's like really good. It's I would say he's like B tier though, or end of Anubis. Oh, you know, you said Curse of Anubis. My bad. I was thinking End of Anubis. But since we're on End of Anubis, might as well talk about that guy. Um, like he's really cool for a one tribute. Um, thing that like stops cards that target things in the graveyard. I think that's really cool. It's just a card that never really seemed to get like the attention it may have deserved. It's been in like some side decks in some formats, but I think it's pretty underrated. Yeah, this said also at Curse of Anubis, which does not make that any less confusing. So I guess while we're at it, let's just talk about Curse of Anubis. Bring up the card here. Change all effect monsters on the field to defense position until the end of the turn. The defense of those monsters becomes 0, and the battle position cannot be changed. Muscles up. I think it's an easy A tier. I mean, it's a good effect. Um, Not necessarily if you're playing effect monsters, or I mean, you kind of have to use it during your opponent's end phase or like during their turn, basically. Um, Unless you want to get the benefits of the defense thing, but then you have to worry about your own monsters. So it feels like yeah, it feels like there is you do have to do a fair chunk of setup. Yeah, Anubis is summon Skull with an effect. Yeah, and we do have Skull Archfiend of Lightning too from Dark Crisis. But this guy is very. But End of Anubis has some really unique effect. You know, it's a similar to like a Necro Valley kind of, but it's a little bit different. Oh, what's that other card that like works with Necro Valley? I'm thinking of Gravekeeper Shaman. I think play the card beginning of your turn. Yeah, but you also need to like wait, till your turn to use that because you can use it defensively during your opponent's turn as well. So it is like pretty slow, and you kind of need to have like a follow up to make like full use out of it. It definitely is like a card that it runs better with like an Asura Priest. But how many people are really running Asura Priest, right? Like in Goat format, you see it in the side at like one copy, but that's mainly for scapegoats, not with Curse of Anubis. Especially when there are just like other cards, right? Oh, yeah, and Anubis has like really sick artwork. Curse of Anubis, I'll settle for like a B. I can potentially go C. Honestly, I don't think it's an A tier, but I'll meet in the middle and go with a B. He'll be right next to his Anubis brother. Beckoning Light, that might be an A tier because um like stuff like agents and like light sworns and stuff. This card saw a lot of play. Yeah, even like honestly, even like F tier stuff, I really love the artwork. Like I really, I think Death Scissors has cool art. Pikuru has like really cool art. So we got 4 likes. I think we can get up to 5 likes. I think we can. Doesn't the villain from Pyramid of Light transform into a monster? It looks End of Anubis. Well, he is Anubis in the movie. Like he is actually Anubis. Yugi Isa has the best art of any TCG. Oh, the art's so good. Is it the best art though? I do think Pokemon has like really good art. But if we're talking about like singular card design, then sure, just by pure numbers. Best rarities, yes, I will say that. Between like secrets, like some nice looking ultras, ghost rares, ultimate rares, a lot of really cool rarities. Prismatic secret rares. There's some cool stuff. There's like a card that's released in a recent set that's just like a nice looking sunset. Yeah, missing full art. See, Duel Masters was on top of that first. Before Pokemon got into that. Like no, not full art, but like popping out like the borders and stuff. And Yu-Gi-Oh has adapted that more in Rush duels. They have that kind of stuff. So maybe not like this like the regular game, but Rush duels has done a little more modernized art. Some of these cards, I'm like, I don't think I've ever even seen some of these cards. Honestly, start to see my like forgetfulness of like some cards as some of the sets go on. Mazir Devil an A. Rush Duel Dark Magician Girl looks nice but expensive. Hey, anytime you see like the classic cards, they're gonna be more expensive, especially ones that's like Rush Duel, I think, new art one. I feel like anytime Dark Magician Girl gets printed, it starts to go up there. You know, it's people's waifu stuff. The the two Zerados. Well, let's start with Warrior of Zera. Where do you think Warrior of Zera goes? He could potentially be like a D, like a C or D. Like he's needed for his cards, but it's kind of about it, right? I'm feeling D for Warrior of Zera. It feels like you kind of need to play a worse beater, a worse warrior beater, just for like his specific play style. Yeah, he's like Warrior Digreffer, but that's not doesn't really mean anything. It means a shield and sword. Oh, well, in that case he's S tier. But the Zeratos, I really like both Zeratos. I feel like I've said this on multiple occasions. Like, I don't think the setup is as asking. I think the problem is just like capitalizing on that can kind of be an issue with both of them. Like one discards 3 random cards from the hand, and the other is you discard a light monster for a Raigeki, which are both very strong effects. I do think Mazera is the better of the two, personally, just because I feel like getting rid of 3 resources, like you can do that turn one, whereas Zerato may not always be active, and you are essentially losing a resource for it too. You may not even have a light monster. Whereas Mazira's activates like right away when it hits the field. Which, granted, yeah, that might not be always active either, but it does. On paper, it is. You are Zerato technically can be like you can go neutral on it, right? Do like a 1-for-1. Whereas Deville, in regards to its effect, at the very least, like it's a +1. You know, assumingly you know with 1 card to on your opponent's hand. But I think they both have like benefits to them, though. I think they're both very strong, and you know we could say this one's better, you know, in different ways. Like Zerata could be better just by sheer oppression, but I just think like the fact that you don't have to lose any cards outside like the base summoning condition for Deville is on paper it's better. But I would probably rank them the same. So I think it ultimately comes down to semantics. Well, that said, where do we put them? I'm very tempted to put them in like A tier, but I feel like if I'm being fair, B tier. I don't know what y'all's thoughts on these two blokes are. Yeah, yeah. There's that balance that dropped at like beginning of the week. Also, what was that? What was that thing you were testing thing earlier? Okay, B. All right. Yeah, like I love these cards enough to put them in A tier, but I think if we're being real with ourselves, and I'm a real man. Oh, were you like calling me? I don't know. I didn't hear no ring. Neither irrelevant in the Go format meta. No, and this isn't necessarily Go format meta, but just like in general, we never really saw those cards. Oh, well, could you let me know what you want to test? It usually like rings, maybe because I'm streaming or something. Microphone. Uh, I don't know if you need me to test that. Do you have like a like Audacity or like a audio recording thing? Well, I believe in Discord you can like in your audio settings you can like test the microphone in like the mic adjustment like settings and stuff like where you like set your microphone. Hmm. Well, if you got it tested, all is the same. Venus is really good. Venus is really good. Venus is really good. Is Venus S tier? The Agent Creation Venus? S A SA 2 battle? This Venus has been used a lot. A lot, a lot. I'm feeling S for Venus. I wouldn't put Mystic Shine Ball up there, but I feel like honestly, like Venus has been used more than like a lot of these cards have. So like, I feel like it'd be unfair to like make say Venus is worse. It's because Venus has seen like more play on average, right? Like Shine Ball is definitely up there too, but I wouldn't give Shine Ball an S because Mystical Shine Ball is basically just it's it's kind of a incidental card. Where it's like it's either that or like Happy Lover. And I guess in that regard, yeah, see, I'll put in C on the basis of that. It's kind of along the same lines of like Metal Armored Bug, where it's not really the card like as itself that's like good. It's just like it's a card that like uses it. Whereas like the card like by itself is like really not terribly playable. Even though like if we're talking about like playing like Shine Ball, if we're talking about like just pure playing Shine Ball, I mean would be right next to Venus, but I think it's it's because of Venus's effect. But I'm sure you have other people that have like a could make a different list and have a valid reason for placing this up in like B, A, S tier. But don't really get that like too terribly much. Like Zera is kind of similar too, but Zera is just less useful, like as a whole, like the whole Zera package. Whereas these cards I've definitely seen like top meta play. Like it feels like this has like way more S tiers, but I think it's also just a product of Ancient Sanctuary kind of being a weird set in comparison to other sets. I think it definitely feels like a different type of set than before. I mean, this is the last of the TCG exclusive sets, but still, it feels. I mean, I guess that's kind of the point. It's supposed to feel brighter than Invasion of Chaos. I think Pharaoh Servant and Phenomenal Predictor are F. I was giving some thought. I get the ideas behind them, but it feels like you're not giving the deck enough with those two guys. It's like even like the speed duel set. Like you're probably better off just running a clown zombie. Like these guys just needed a little bit better stats. I think if you're spending all that effort with the gold Sark stuff, or not the gold Sark, that's like the normal Sark, non gold Sark stuff. See, Ninjutsu Art Transformation is really good too. Spirit of the Mummies, he's the worst boss monster in Yu-Gi-Oh. Oh, you mean Spirit of the Pharaoh? Yeah, but he looks so cool. He looks so cool. Doesn't that count? Was Ninjutsu Art Transformation ever hit? No, it was not. Yeah, Spirit of the Pharaoh is he's rough, ain't he? Like you gotta do so much to get him out, even in speed duels too. And you can target up to 4 level 2 or lower Zion monster in your graveyard special summon those targets, which really isn't much. It's basically just like these two guys. Like it would have been way better if it was just special summon any zombie monsters in your graveyard, because then you could like build up your graveyard, have some sort of good protection play, something, you know, or even just like normal zombies. Like why even have the level limit at that point? Like if you at least have them be normal, you can at least get out. I don't know, dragon zombie. I don't know what the exact card pool. Yeah, I think we kind of have to put, even though like very top tier art. I think the sarcophagi are just they ain't doing it for me, Chief. 3/5 as difficult as Destiny War, which just straight up wins the game. Yeah, like this guy, he has like base just about Dark Magician stats too. It's like not even high stats. Like he should have at least had 3K. Freaking three like 1K for each sarcophagi. Or something where you can get him out with the first one, but like each one you activate, it gets an additional 1K. They could have done something like that. Or something where the amount of maybe normal zombies that you have on the field, he gains 800 attack for, right? Something like that. That could have been cool. So if you summon like two of these guys out, he's at 1600. If you have any other ones, that's like 24, 32, whatever, or even 1,000 life, or even 1,000 attack per one. So at least like get two guys, he has 2k attack, and then you can buff that up in addition to I don't know, just ideas of how they could have made this guy better. Like this is a giant package for a terrible boss monster, which is really wild to think about. Like, isn't that just a bit nutty? Speaking of nutty, it's a huge shame. It absolutely is. Like, he has a really cool ultimate rare in the OCG. Ultimate rarity. Like, imagine getting that and being like, well, I guess I gotta play this guy. Like, I definitely see this guy, like, he works a lot better in Schoolyard Yu-Gi-Oh, right? You're not gonna have that much destruction. Like, if, but you still, like, when you got the set, you still basically needed to get 5 cards, and this guy's, like, an ultra rare in the set. They love to play pranks. It's just, I just don't, I just think they, like, slapped on effect. They probably just thought this guy was gonna be, like, they had an idea for him at least, right? And maybe they just really way overshot it, right? Like they overshot it, went over the fence, through the traffic, through the highway, through the medium, to the other side of the road, over the bridge, into the water. Like if we're talking about artwork guy, like this guy in the Zerados would be S tier easily. But that just ain't what's gonna happen. He just like again, like if these guys were at least like stronger, that would have been something. Or if he could resurrect easier things, because 2 sets later you look at the creator, which is kind of similar if you think about it, right? A monster that he he can't be special summoned, right? I believe, and he can like revive like monsters from the graveyard. Like that's his whole like shtick. Yeah, so Great can't be special summoned from the graveyard, but they do have some sort of restriction to them. They both have like kind of like whatever stats and revive things, but he at least has like he doesn't need all these things to like work. He asks for a lot less. And you have the other like the Creator Incarnate card. So like I feel like they kind of realized their mistake pretty quickly when it comes to like having a card that's kind of similar to like graveyard revivals. But that's just my head canon. See, Blowback Dragon's also like really good. I don't know how much you've seen of like actual like meta stuff. Uh, Not too terribly much, but you've seen some things. Like I think Blowback, I would say Blowback's A. Like I think Blowback's really good. One tribute Barrel Dragon, they knew what they were doing. They knew what they were doing. They were like, Barrel Dragon is really cool. People aren't playing that. Let's get this like smaller dude out there. Cool. I'm totally down for that. Suit proof too. Absolutely. It's also funny. It's just straight up a Glock on a Yu-Gi-Oh card. Yeah, just with like legs. It looks like if it walks, it would be like wobbling and shit, you know, moving all over the place. I dig it. It's like it's barely even a dragon. It's barely even a dragon. Ha ha ha. See, Jujitsu Master. I think Jujitsu Master is B. I could see a potential argument for A. He's mostly seen just like a side deck card, but I don't know if that makes him good enough. I don't know. Eh, Hessian. Yeah, I'll bump up to A. I'm just looking at like the decks he was in. He's been used a lot in from like '05 through like 2012. That's grounds enough, I guess, for bouncing things back. I'm more when we get to like the bad cards. Desert Sunlight's like solid too, but it's more of like a goat format thing in like some decks, like Empty Jar kind of. I'd say that's probably B tier. It's good. It's good for Empty Jar stuff or those more like stally kind of decks that use more flip monsters. Like it's great for just for like quick activating effects and stuff. Like it has utility. And like honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we see this card come back in the meta at some point in the future of Yu-Gi-Oh. Like Itayu is really good, but the main difference between Tayu and Sunlight is that Sunlight hits like in the Tayu can you work against at either side of the field, and does only affects one side of the field. Sunlight hits like potentially way more. That's like the main difference. This is like the amount of things that this can flip up. So like I would not be surprised if this card sees like meta play at some point in time if there's a deck that uses that kind of play style. Yeah, and it's reactive. So like you can use it during your opponent's turn. Use this thing. It can work with like I don't know sub terrors. That's just an example of just a not even something like that's not just like a big deck at the moment. They could just all it takes is Konami to make something really busted. Sub tiers were meta at one point. So who's to say? I'll say never. I mean, who thought Trident Dragon was gonna be relevant in 2024? Look at it now. I'm not. This isn't a market watch of desert sunlight, but it's a card that has a very general effect, and any card that has like a general effect are the scariest ones. Ask a friend. I'm so pissed off by that. Let me just say. Normally, I don't play meta like modern meta. I usually don't really care about a lot of things, but I feel like reprints has always been a touchy topic in Yu-Gi-Oh! And the fact that they kind of just like outright said like what's going on is really just mind-boggling to me. Oh, you sold it. See, like I don't have one. Um, I have like a whole binder for like synchro monsters. Um, by the way, my binders like strike monsters really sick. I gotta say, I spent a lot of time working on those. Um, yeah, it's just the fact that they're like, hey, you're probably gonna need this card. We don't have any plans to reprint it anytime soon. I mean, it doesn't mean they won't, but the fact that they weren't already like, yeah, this is gonna come out in a reprint in like the legacy of whatever set. It's like, or any like set like later this year. It's like, really? Like, why are you advertising this like old card? Like, you're not making money off of these secondary markets. You're not making this money from people that are going to be selling it on like TCG Player or Troll and Toad or like Card Market or eBay or Facebook or where Mercari, wherever Yahoo Options. Like they're not gonna make any money off of those things. So it's like, why not just reprint it? If you're saying there's gonna be like playable, then just reprint the freaking card. It's not rocket science. Like I'm sure eventually they'll reprint it sooner than later, but it's just like the same issue of just all the cards that they haven't reprinted. That is just that there's no reason why they can't reprint a lot of these cards, right? It's there's way too selective and sparse on the reprints. Like why hasn't there been a reprint on Magical Android in forever? That's just a random card. Like it's mind boggling. And again, like this isn't anything new, but just the fact that they outright talked about it is just it felt very tone deaf. Like I couldn't believe my eyes. Emissary's pretty solid. I think Emissary's B. It's not a meta card, but I think what he does is very unique. And he can like make decks kind of base around himself without being terrible. There's honestly, I'm surprised. Like, there's like a honestly like a chunk of like solid cards in this set. The more I'm like looking at it, but we're also just avoiding a lot of the bad cards. That's the other thing. Where do we want to put like the other vanillas? Seal Master F. Like there are Seal Master decks that seem kind of like fun though. Yo, Bass Jensen, what's up? Double cuz A double cost stun and Vampire Lady is pretty good in old vampire decks. Does that mean they're any good? I mean, they're not bad. I'll say that. Like double costing, I would say it's a little bit better. And Vampire Lady is kind of cool because it's basically like a tiny vampire lord. The 1550 is very unfortunate for both stats because you cannot get it out with a pyramid turtle or a mystic tomato or a search out with Sangan. Like I think the active feature thing is it's really cool, especially for a dark monster. I just don't know if like the cards ever quite got there. You know what I mean? Like if I double cost, and I'd probably put in C. Whereas Vampire Lady, I feel like I've seen someone mess around with Vampire Lady, but it was kind of like you kind of just want it to be like other cards. Because Vampire Lord in of itself is like he's like his main functionality of him being good is just he's hard to get rid of, and 1550 isn't beating over much in terms of battle damage, unless it's a direct attack, right? What do we think about Vampire Lady? Like I could go between like C or D. Like I'm kind of leaning towards D. It just I don't know. It just feels like its stats aren't really like its stats aren't terrible, but they're not good enough. Like it is just like they picked like the worst stats you could pick, right? Like you can't even crash with a tribe infecting virus. Like they made it slightly too weak, but slightly not strong enough. It is most uncomfortable, awkward stats you could possibly have, and that's kind of annoying. I feel like Kozaki is F. I get what they're going for, but I just don't think that ultimately really means much. And I think the same for Fiend Scorpion. Yeah, it's a weak core, but it does have like really good cards. I mean, even so far like the middle cards, which I would say B and C are at least like designed solidly. I feel like I've seen someone use Gigabyte in something. Like I put Monster Gate in S here, but that's also because like I mentioned earlier in the stream, the list kind of has to acclimate to AST a bit. Because yeah, like if a lot of these cards were in like like Invasion of Chaos or Pharaonic Guardian, it might be a little less. But even so, like you got cards that have seen a lot of historic play like throughout the years. Like it's definitely the list is definitely scaled a bit differently, but still roughly to how we've been organizing our cards. Solar Ray is, I feel like, a C. It has seen a little bit more play in like kind of recently, so I think like the idea is there, and it's It's kind of interesting. It's like a burn card. It could deal pretty good burn damage. I just don't think it's gonna be like anything past that at the current moment. Things could change. Like we haven't even got Moki Moki King yet, or Moki Moki Smackdown. That's kind of sad, right? So like when this set came out, it's just like this guy's basically just a law of the normal triangle power delta attack kind of thing. All those like vanilla. Yeah, Draining Shield is interesting. Draining Shield scene, barely any. Nothing worth talking about. Like it's kind of cool like the side deck for like time, right? Just negates an attack and gain the life points. Like there's cards like it, and it's pretty much only good like in those time based things where otherwise you'd rather run like a Wabaku that just protects all your monsters. But it seems to be better than like Enchanted Javelin, but potentially. I mean, in more cases than not, I would say it's better than Enchanted Javelin. So I would say that's C. That feels like a like a middle card. Burst Stream of Destruction. Where do you place a card like that? I feel like is Burst Stream even like played in like old Blue Eyes decks? Oh, I'm trying to remember. I feel like it's not like anyone that's like any deck that's really worth a damn. Because this portion that you can't attack. I mean, destroys. It's a Raigeki, which is good. I feel like I feel like it's a C. Like it's not bad. Given like the Blue Eyes, but just yeah. Like I'm just gonna. I think a lot of these I just have to look up the meta usage. Yeah, it's not really seen like any meta play. Whereas like I feel like Dark Magic Attack has seen play because it's it's a Harpy's Feather Duster. Yeah, that has seen like a few tops throughout like 2016 through like 2019. Like that's probably fair. And honestly, I think I'm being generous with Burst Stream personally. I think Mermaid Knight's probably C tier too. Like a double attack with Umi is cool. Prisman back then could have pitched Dark Magician for Dark Magic Attack. Oh, a Prisma. Oh, what's up, Origin Zero? That would have been wild. Can you imagine that? Got Prisma. Prisman's a different card. That is an OCG Goldie. Brushing with nicer foils. Yeah, surprising. Honestly, like a good chunk of the foils from Ancient Sanctuary kind of are, a little up there in price. With a few good water mons for a TLO deck and goat. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like it's good, but like that's kind of all it really does, right? Is like it's double attack, and like when you compare it to something like Mataza the Zapper, that seems to be a more useful double attack. That you can get like OTKs with. Whereas like the decks that you're a Mermaid Knight in, it's not going to be really geared towards that. So it's kind of like it kind of works. It's kind of works for like a small function, but that's kind of about it. Like it reminds me of Ground Attack or Bugroth, right? Where it has a good effect, but just because of like the nature of like the card and like the deck and everything, it's not as optimized as like it is on in theory, I guess. Because like I love the water deck. Like water is one of my favorite deck types, just like in in card games in general and stuff. Ooh, what about this card though? What about spell economics? That's another crazy card. See, there's a couple of like OTK decks in like 2008. Spell economics ever on the list? No. Like Cook and Go, you can Mother Grizzly out and you can salvage it, Gravity Bind. I mean, yeah, like theoretically, you can do combos and stuff with it, but it also feels like you're spending like a lot of cards essentially just get like a thing that can attack twice. Whereas you could run cards that better suit the water strategy, or just run a Mataza deck. Spell economics. That's is spell economics A tier? Like this seems like a card that could always come back, right? You just don't pay life points to activate spell cards. Like it has seen, even though it wasn't for like terribly long, it has seen some play. A couple like OTKs. I think this might be a. I think it has all of the writings of like a degenerate card. I could be wrong. So these aren't like tiered by card. It's just I throw them in the list. This is rated specifically the TCG, so not speed duels or duel links or the OCG. And it's kind of all encompassing. So there's certain cards that have seen use over long periods of time, or cards that were very good in short periods of time, or cards are just designed good or designed poorly. Um, there's a lot of factors. But just because like this is here and this is here, like doesn't mean that this is better than this. These are all just roughly the same. It would take me forever to rank each card by card. Like I wouldn't be opposed to do that for some of the later sets, perhaps in different streams, like a Soul Duelist thing, card sets that have 60 cards, not these like gigantic sets. The Ninjutsu art transformations, like this card, like sees like a ninja decks, like kind of has always seen play. I feel like B tier is good for that. Yeah, like some Morg or whatever. All right, we got 6 likes on the stream. I think we can get to 10, but I guess we'll see. Regenerated Mummy. It's another kind of like interesting card. Like Mummy seems like another kind of card that I'm gonna put him in C. He feels like a card that's like he always seems better than he actually performs. Right? The idea of like an 1800 attacking mummy that's scarred from your hand, it returns back. It's like a free resource basically. Like it's cool. I think it would have been a lot better if it was just discarded by any effect. I think that would have made a significant improvement. Um, because then you could use it with stuff like Graceful Charity or card destruction and stuff. But if ISB your opponent really limits his uses, especially in a zombie deck where you're already kind of running, more of a specified lineup of cards. Like, yeah, he's anti Duo Reaper and stuff, but it's also not something that you always have control over. Like, you need to have him in hand, and with something like Duo, you get a pick after a random card, but stuff like Reaper and like you really need to build your deck around it, and at that point you're just like it's bad, so you don't want to build your deck around it. But then it's kind of luck based, and it's is I don't know, I feel like there's a lot of issues with it. Like it's too much luck with the card, that shouldn't need that much luck. Like I'm not even saying like Serp in regards to like because Serp returns to your hand regardless, right? Like during your standby phase each time. Like if this made discard by a card effect, would at least be a lot better. Like that would make a significant improvement because then you could run a dark that can always kind of come back. Um, run a little bit more specific cards around it, right? Like card destruction, morphing jar, graceful charity, like all this stuff. Right, Geki break, or Phoenix Wing Wind Blast. All these cards that just don't work with this guy because of it has to be your opponent, and that's. I mean, imagine that world, right? Imagine that world where you had that regenerating mummy. Like a free resource that's an 1800 beater. Like you'd be having people having arguments on if this card's better than Sork or Serp, excuse me, not Sork, Serp. If this guy just had like the generic discard effect, because the stats are good, 18, 15, like, those are good. But that is just that one thing makes him a completely different card. And I think that's the thing that confuses people. Or I don't know if confused like is the best word, but makes people just see this card a little better than it actually is. But that's just my opinion. I think that's just from what we've seen from the card. Now, I'm always open to look at its usage, and yeah, no. We're getting pretty close to the part where I'm like, what do these cards do? Do you think Solar Ray should be lower or higher? As much as I love Moki Moki, I feel like he has to go in F. Yeah, that's why I put this up here for the fairy burn. Moki Moki should be in D. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love Moki Moki. I mean, that doesn't necessarily. I mean, sure, it has support, but what does that do? I guess. I mean, we got to retrain a Moki Moki, Moki Moki Adrift. But you know, I'm not one to complain about Moki Moki. I feel like I've seen someone use like Gigabyte in some deck at some point. Not that it would have been anything meta. I guess Moki Moki was used in a Herald of Perfection deck at one point in time. Sure, that's enough, I guess. Shout out to the Herald Perfection deck. That's a really cool deck. What a great Mookie. I do like Solar Flare Dragon. Control another Pyro can't be attacked, so he has a you can create a lock with him. Fix 500 during the end phase. This feels like another C tier card, I think. It's just like another card that I feel like never quite gets there. Just because like just of the nature of like early fire and like pyro decks and stuff. It's kind of like inherently kind of like drawn back. I think it's just bad because of like the environment. Like it's not a card that gets good over time per se because we start getting better burn cards, not like this like fire burn strategy to like the point to like we don't get that quick enough for the point where this card would have been like useful. I think that's the issue with Solar Flare Dragon for me. I really like it. I'm a big fan of like early fire decks because of how tricky they kind of are to use. But I would say like C as like a middle of the road. So, that's not a bad spot to be in. I know Seal Master Mice has support, so I'll put him in D. And in fact, was it Talisman and there's a couple of Talisman stuff. We can maybe do something with the spell and trap. Yeah, I don't even entirely remember. I feel like I've seen spell sealing. Spell cards and their effects on the field cannot be activated. Negates all spells. So that's kind of cool. Whereas the trap one negates all traps. So yeah. So the one that stops spells is a trap. Although, don't they kind of conflict with each other? Right, because if you have because spell sealing will stop your trap sealing will stop your spell sealing. So you basically have to choose one, which is really bad. Because like if you're already playing Seal Master Meisei, he has really bad stats. So why are you running these cards that also stop things that you would want to use to protect him? I'm moving this guy down to F with this stuff. I know I've seen like some fun decks around it, but that just sounds horrendous. I was wanting to be like, all right, he's got support, right? Yeah, I've seen like decks around him. It's like, geez, dude. Like I'm fine with him with low stats, but like at least make his support beneficial. Like, geez, lady. What about Go Giga Gaga Gigo? What about that guy? Joe Jiga Jaja Janjo. He's the big Gaga Gigo. 8 stars, really high attack. I mean, especially if you have Legendary Ocean up, which I mean, you still need 2 tributes. Um, but he gets over 3K attack with that though. But how good is like a 2 tribute beater though? That's the thing. I feel like that's not very good, especially when you already have the like 1 tribute one around the Giga Gaga Gigo. I'm feeling D for this guy. It just feels like between Gaga Gigo and Giga Gaga Gigo, you just have better options. But he does have really good stats. I mean, even with his base stats, 2950, 2800, like that's like really high. That is really high. You don't really see monsters get quite like that. Like I'd be willing, like I could definitely see an argument for F, but I'm feeling a little bit generous given like stats. Yeah, he is like the closest thing we get to Blue Eyes for a vanilla, and he has better defense too. Again, plus you've got Legendary Ocean. I mean, that's over 3K. I think Backfire is pretty fun. But Fire Monster or monsters sourcing at the graveyard, you inflict 500 damage. It's very slow. Yeah, it's nice than Dark Magician. I mean, it's not a dark. You can't special summon it with Skill Dark. But Big Wave, Small Wave, though? Yeah. I like Backfire. It just feels like way too slow. Um, but like you use it with like Solar Flare Dragon, though. But then, like, the thing with Soul Fair Dragon is that you don't want monsters to get destroyed, whereas Backfire, it's all about monster destruction. So it backfires, kind of backfires in on of itself, I think. I mean, it's great art, and again, like I would not give it an F. Um, but yeah, it feels like it goes against like the whole burn strategy of fire. Like it's kind of it's more there almost just in case, right? If you're running a fire burn deck, you're not wanting your stuff to be destroyed by battle, right? It's more you're going to be like locking down things. Yeah, like it kind of revolves around a whole different strategy and not about more like back row things and protection, lockdown, like all that sort of things. Not your own stuff getting destroyed. Like you might as well just run a better card. So you ordered us. We got order smash and order to charge. If this was speed duels, order to charge would be fairly high. Um, like order to charge is all right. I mean, it's again, it's better in the speed duels than it's TCG, but we're not keeping speed duels in mind. Um, tribute a normal monster to pop monster. It's a quick play, so that's not terrible. If you're running like a normal deck, right? You got like normal support to basically like if your thing's gonna get destroyed, you can basically take the other monster down with it. I mean, technically it's bad, right? Like it's a neg 1. In order to smash, target a level 1, target 1 level 2 or lower normal monster you control attribute destroy up to 2 speller traps. That's worse. Yeah, if you could use tokens, that would have been great. Use scapegoat, but you can't. Who? Where do I want to place these guys? I mean, in regards to the TCG, it feels like D. So at least order to smash, you go neutral with it at best, anyway. Or I guess at yeah, at worst your opponent chains something. Yeah. This is speed duels. This card would have been higher up, but this ain't speed duels. No siree. Let's see. Labyrinth of Nightmare, which is not in Labyrinth of Nightmare. During the end phase, change battle position from all phases of the monster the turn player controls. That's kind of a chaotic card. I feel like I've seen people mess around with this. I just don't think it's particularly useful. Like, it's good in cloud control. I'll give it a C. Just be S over that name. Labyrinth of Nightmare. It's always cool having like all the cards that are named after sets. Like Cybernetic Revolution, Cyberdark Impact, Labyrinth of Nightmare. We need a Pharaonic Guardian. Metal Armored Bug is in C because while it was using Demise OTK, it's just kind of there just for like its like its stats and its typing, right? Like the card itself doesn't really do anything. It's just there for advanced ritual art, basically. Yeah, we have Piranha Guardian Sphinx, which is a really dope card. We have Heavy Metal Raider, but that's also named after the manga chapter. Or how about a Legend of the Blue Eyes White Dragon? How about that being a card? That should be a card. I feel like Lady Ninja is another card. Like I see people mess around like Windex, but I don't know if it really how much terribly it does. Discard a wind, return, and it's a giant Trunade. I mean, it's good as far as like wind monsters go. You can Rota it out. It's a level 3. When Yu-Gi-Oh goes down, they'll print a card called Legend of White Dragon. Hey, maybe. I'm calling in here now, though. She's probably another C tier card. You know, it's good for Windex, but not like Windex are doing anything. Like, what would Legend of Blue Eyes White Dragon do? Maybe something with like normal monsters or like Raigeki. If you have a 3 blue eyes on the field, you can essentially maybe it acts like a pot of greed Raigeki or a I don't know what's another strong staple. Or maybe it's just like you could pick one. Draw monsters your opponent controls or draw 2 cards. Monster Reborn, yeah, maybe revive a monster. Maybe that. Maybe get like one of those 3. Oh, are you talking about Go Giga Gaga Giga over here? Yeah, just triple tactics, but with blue eyes. Or maybe if you have like 3 blue eyes in the graveyard, you can add all 3 copies back to your hand. How about that? That's kind of simple, right? Call back to the first episode. The first episode's so funny when you think about it because it's like a climax of an arc in the manga. They just made like a singular episode in the anime. Earthquake's kind of neat. Change all phase up monsters field to defense position. I feel like there are better cards, but it's kind of it's a general card, and I can't rate general cards badly. Simple effects. Show my brother episode 1. He was like, "Why does Grandpa fucking die?" See, they explain that better in the manga. I love the manga. They explain it better in that. Um, so if you're unaware, in the manga, basically what happened was that um, when Yugi and Kaiba first dueled, Yugi made it a shadow game where like the monster, like the cards on the table created like real monsters, and that like freaked Kaiba out and everything, right? And then he banished Kaiba to the monster realm or whatever. And Kaiba escaped somehow. He put his life back together. I don't know, whatever. He's like, I want to recreate that. That was fucking badass. So he recreated using his like holographic, like essentially these like clear boxes where they changed it in the anime to be these giant dual fields. In the manga, they're clear boxes they play in, and it creates these holograms to like create like the actual monsters that he experienced. And so when he dueled the grandpa kind of was like freaking out, like, "Oh my god, these are actual monsters! What the hell is this?" And he basically had a heart attack. Yeah, death tea. Yeah, so grandpa basically had a heart attack seeing those like actual monsters because before that that wasn't a thing that people saw. Those like big ass holograms, which in the context of the manga, right? Like they're not like stories high, but they're still big. I would love to do content on like the manga and stuff, but I feel like that would have to wait till I'm done other things, and if people are even interested in that. I almost did one at one point where I went over like duels from it. Uh, like I recorded like 2 episodes, but I just never uploaded them. But if that's something someone's interested in at some point down the line, I wouldn't be opposed. He's now 10 first beat Kaiba, real monster, then Kaiba turns around. Yeah, I mean that was the whole Kaiba's thing. So he basically wants to give Yugi a taste of his own medicine type of deal. Because like Magic and Wizards, like that was his card game, like that was his specialty. And Yugi just showed him this whole like new world, basically, a brand new point of view. We read the manga, but that's like a few $100 full set. Yeah, I don't know if they haven't like re-released like a special set of the Yu-Gi-Oh, especially after Takahashi died. It doesn't make sense to me. But you think they would have? I did read it on. It's all in the Shonen Jump app though, which you can get for like $1 a month, which is where I read it like 4 years ago at this point. Right. It was a draw, and then the rematch. He sent him to the monster realm, and that's when he had to like put his brain back together, basically, and that's what changed him a little bit for Duelist Kingdom. Right. It was years ago. Yeah, I'm sure there are like websites too we could find. But it's really good though, like the whole story. And I really wish that there was a new anime that covered like start to end, like a manga accurate. Because even like Duel's Kingdom and Battle City like had things changed, and I feel like they never really hit those highs that the manga got. Like when you read the manga, you really get a feel for the characters and the dialogue and the duels and everything that you just don't get that with the anime. Even when I do find like something like Duel's Kingdom is really enjoyable. Well, yeah, he can't be beat. He's like the good rich kid. He's the best, or so we thought. Ghost Knight of Jackal. I love the Jackal guys. See, Ghost Knight, when destroys a monster by battle with the Graveyard, you can. It's like a Goyo Guardian, but with bad stats. Ghost Knight of Jackal, 5 stars, 17, 16. So it's like not the worst stats, but for like a tribute monster, it's pretty bad. Yeah, Mystical Knight is 2 tributes. Ghost Knight is 1. In which Mystical Knight was Pharaonic Guardian. If Ghost Knight was 1 tribute, he'd be like significantly better. Like people would be running this guy. I'm sure. Does he need to stay on field? Like if he crashes, can he still resolve his effect? I mean, it's cool. You destroy a like let's say a tribe infecting virus, right? You get that back. That's pretty wild, but the 1 tribute thing kind of kills him, unfortunately. Otherwise, I like the Goyo thing. I put him in C. I love Mystical Knight of Jackal. I honestly wish this card had more synergy with that guy. Like if this guy was like 4 stars and you could tribute him out to summon a mystical, to like special a mystical knight from your hand. That might have been more preferable. Maybe with ultimate offering. Yeah, you can run from the graveyard, but that requires a lot of awkward setup for him. Like if you're gonna do one tribute, this guy should have had 19 attack, like minimum. Have him be like Air Knight. Because I think that was the problem we saw with like Mephisto, the Infernal General, was that he's kind of like an Air Knight, but also worse. And this guy kind of feels along that lines too, where he's just like a worse Air Knight, but like even worse. Like also, if he's a Ghost Knight, he should have been like a Dark type. At least I would have given him a little synergy with Chaos. Oh yeah, the Jackal stuff is so sick. I had a Mystical Knight back in the day, and that was like my ace card. Was Mystical Knight of Jackal. I love that dude. And I wish Ghost Knight kind of worked in like a Jackal lock deck, but it doesn't. There's no reason for it. Let's see, Sanctuary in the Sky. Yu-Gi-Oh is so janky. I tell you, this past week I played Pokemon for the first time, the Pokemon TCG, the first time, and let me say it is so different from Yu-Gi-Oh. So different. This fires Ninja Grandmaster at home. We'll get to him in a bit. War Spirit Barrier. Like it's definitely like an annoying card, right? That you can't deal battle damage against like a fairy deck, and that you do need it for Archlord. Pokemon kind of has 3 different card types too, basically. Right? Trainer, Energy, Pokemon. Yeah, where does Sanctuary go? I mean, it's D, I guess. Like you need it for things, but it of itself is like yeah, but that's a ton of draw power. Yes, but the actions you can do per turn is limited. So you can have like a ton of cards, but you can only do like, but only a couple things, right? You can only like use one Pokemon attack, um, one later formats, one supporter card, or you place one energy from your hand. It was a very pleasant game, I will say. Pokemon. Well, I was playing like a tier 0 deck, or I guess it was a tier 0 deck, and it definitely felt that way. Which it kind of loses its fun after a while when you're just overwhelmingly winning against my friend who was playing a not as strong deck. Yeah, let's look at Disc Fighter though. Warrior Earth, defense per 2,000 or more, destroy it. Yeah, this is kind of like a worse defense destroyer. A few times I played Pokemon, I was like, "Where's the trap cards?" It blew my mind. When I'm like, "All right, now we do game 2, right?" And my friend's like, "No, I think it's just one game." I'm like, "What? There's no like side deck or game?" He's like, "No, it's just pretty sure it's just one." I'm like, what? That's weird. Yeah, no trap cards is kind of like it's that's what probably made it pleasant, honestly, is the fact that when you switch your turn over, it's like, oh well, I did what I can do. Now you can play the game, which I guess is it's healthy in that regard, right? Where Yu-Gi-Oh's kind of evolved to like it's our turn type of deal. Did I do a Tron reference? I didn't even notice. I like Tron. I love Tron, like the '80s Tron. Yeah, I don't think this guy's F because he does have a use, but it's just it's a bad use comparatively. Oh, yeah, I guess kinda. Yeah, like the. I do really like the '80s Tron though. I gotta say, or is it was it like was it '80s or was it like '79, '78? I love like the janky effects in it. Yeah, honestly, like back if this guy was in like LOB or like starter deck Kaiba, starter deck Yugi, this guy would definitely have seen play like 100%. And it would have been great, honestly, because those I hate the stall decks of YK personally. Yeah, this guy would have been like insane. I know people play Enchanting Fitting Room in like a lot of more casual decks. Not that it's seen like meta use. It's also like rather specific. I could put. Is this one like worth a B or is it more of a C card? I feel like I'm leaning towards C. Pay 800, excavate the four cards of your deck, especially summon all like weak normals. Yeah, I feel like in practice it's more of a C. I agree with that. We got 7 likes on the stream. I'm still hoping we can get to 10. We got 70 votes. It was like 79 views in total, a little over 2 hours. Been a pretty good stream so far. There's a chance to flood a bunch of monsters out. Yeah, but it is a little. It's a little sus. I won't lie. Hey, nice. Remember, any engagement YouTube likes that helps push the channel out more. The elephant statues are kind of interesting cards. Like they're better like when this set came out, like pre-ban list, when you did have like all the hand rips running around. Bought some Yu-Gi-Oh cards using your link. Hey, thanks. I'll have to check my site thing about that. I don't know how long it takes for it to populate. Not that I get paid too terrible much on that, but I always like to always appreciate the extra dough, even if it's like a cup of coffee. I do like my cup of coffees. Like blessing seems really bad because you gain 2,000 life points if your opponent discards it from you, and I feel like that's just there are just so many better life point gaining things. Where disaster is better because disaster, if it's ripped out of your hand, you inflict 2,000, and that's a good chunk of damage. And for a 15 attacker, it's like it's good. Like it's definitely more of a side deck card against like hand rip decks, which again, 2,000 is that is nothing to scoff at. I feel like comparatively to like compared to like regenerating mummy, but although mummy has its own benefits in of itself though, being a zombie, having good attack, being a dark, having good defense. This guy was actually using like a good chunk of what I assume like it was side decks. throughout 2005, 2006 historically. I'm gonna put him in C. He has seen play. I'm pretty sure it's just side decks, but still. As far as like discarding effects goes, like that's a good one for an anti-discard hate. I got a Patreon if anyone, it's linked down there or not. I guess linked. Well, I guess linked in the description, but patreon.com/Janjo for those who want to support me for as little as $2 a month. Get some like free stuff. The company was doing a fundraiser today. I think it's still going on. We hit our goal. It's kind of crazy. Over $10,000 for charity. Super glad we hit that. I was actually on it earlier today. We were playing Fall Guys. That was a really fun game. Yeah, like some of these cards, I'm like, I don't even recall seeing some of these cards. But I do know about Human Wave Tactics, though. They're almost at 10 likes. Human Wave Tactics, one, great art. Just like it's a mattress store of Moki Mokis. During the end phase, for level 2 or lower monsters destroyed by battle, special summon level 2 or lower monsters from your deck, equal number of the ones that were destroyed. I mean, essentially, like it's made for what eventually would be like Moki Moki Smackdown, right? That said, how do we want to rate Human Wave Tactics? I feel like it probably just goes with Moki Moki. I just remember the one AI used that against me in Duel Links. The Elephant Statue or Human Wave Tactics? Human Wave Tactics, I could see that. It feels like I feel like it's just kind of tied to Moki Moki, so I'll probably just leave it there. Tactics. 3 Lakuta is not Des Lakuta. That's an important thing to notate. If there are 3 of itself on the field, it should be 2 to draw 3 cards. That seems really bad. It's so slow, and then you have to lose 2 of them. Like, why do you have to like tribute them? Why can't you just draw like one? Just make it a once per duel effect, right? Once per duel, draw 3 cards. If you have 3 of these guys on the field. 3 Hump Lakuta versus 7. 7 Hump Lakuta. Is there a 7 Hump one? Pull off with Rescue Cat and Goat. I was like, cool, but never doing that again. I mean, yeah, I guess you can get off with a Rescue Cat. But it's just like, you're choosing a bad option, basically. You're choosing random, terrible cards and random cards over, like, actually good targets. You could definitely pull it off, but Avatar of the Pot. You discard pot, agree, draw 3 cards. That seems bad, because like this guy's a card, right? So you're essentially using the same amount of like cards, right? Because let's think about this. Pot of Greed is a +1. Well, he has 1200, 1300 stats. So if you use this guy, discard Pot of Greed. You're using. Is that a? That's still a +1, right? Am I? Am I getting this? Am I getting this mistaken? Yeah, using 2 cards. So pot of greed, use 1 card to draw 2. That's a +1, and then use avatar, discard pot of greed. That's -2, draw 3. That's essentially a +1. Yeah, it feels like you're just kind of getting doing the same thing with that pot of greed does, but you're like playing like worse cards. But his art, though, I mean, come on. Yeah, I guess it's technically a +2, but you're also like, I don't know. I feel like you rather just do the +1 and not have to play this guy. Like he's definitely fun. Like, if you do like a pot of greed deck, like if you're telling your friend that, hey, I'm gonna play 3 pot of greed in this deck, but it's like I'm playing a pot of greed deck with like spirit of the pot of greed and avatar of the pot and all these like really stupid things. You might be like, okay, that could be fun, but yeah, no, thank you. Armor break. Ooh, they're breaking armored glass. Negate and a equip spell and just. Oh, that's really bad because just run MST. Yeah. Like on paper, like it's kind of like a whatever effect, but just the fact that it's just this card should have been made like in God, I don't know, like Metal Raiders. Like you literally run any sort of like even isn't like really Eternal Rest exists already or Dust Tornado. If you're really that worried about equips, like even like Magic Jammer. Like, when was really Eternal Rest? Dark Crisis, yeah, that was like 2 sets before. That just destroys like the monsters. Terrible. Nubian Guard. Current face battle damage becomes life points. You can turn one continuous soul from the graveyard to the top of your deck. Is the audio wonky? Oh no. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Oh. 1 second. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Oh, nope, that's soul. Test, test. Test, test, test. That sounds better, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's weird. That's odd. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes my mic is like I'm pretty sure it's my audio interface. I probably should buy a new one. I've had issues with it for the last like 5 months. uh, but when I save up enough Patreon money, I'll put it towards my new audio interface. Or if someone wants to donate, like $100 or something. I don't even know how much Patreon money I've got currently saved up. I don't think it's a terrible amount. So I did buy like a monitor a while back. I might be able to. I'll have to look on audio interfaces. I've had this one for years. I'm pretty sure it's that because I have to like hard unplug my audio interface because it's not like my XLR cable because I got a new one. It's not the mic because this is a relatively new mic and it's a nice mic too. Pretty sure it's the interface. But anyway, Nubian Guard inflicts battle damage, turn continuous spell, top of the deck. That's really bad because he has such a low attack. To the fact that it returns not only a very specific kind of card to the top of the deck, that is like 3 tiers of no thank you. I'm just doing random cards at this point. Needle Burr, a level 5 machine that looks like an insect. If you had a G tier, no, D tier is pretty bad. Although I can honestly, like I've said this in like previous streams before, a lot of these tiers honestly could be like split up into like 2 additional tiers each. Quite honestly, but then we'd be here forever. I mean, when we first started the tier lists, we didn't have an F tier. Like I think it was made in like I think it was like LOD or LON. We first started seeing like cards that were like really noticeably bad. But yeah, Needle Burr, which is Burrower, the rural Burrower. If it destroys a monster, inflicts damage to your opponents equal to its level by 500. So it's kind of like Death Scorpion, but way better. Except the stats kind of suck. 1717 for a 4-star. That's good, but for a 5-star, you need a little more than just inflicting damage. And I feel like that makes it really bad. Because at least Jackal as like potentially get some like really cool stuff from that. This guy, like you're destroying a maybe a level 4, but if you're destroying let's say a triumphant virus, I mean that's 2,000 damage. Any level 4 monster you destroy with this, that's 2,000 damage. Destroy a Sangan, that's 1,500 damage. I mean, I'm gonna put him in D because I feel like inflict damage to your opponent's life points equal to the level of the destroyed monster times 500. I mean, honestly, yeah, like that can be like that can rack up. It's like 3 4 stars. Like, okay, I kind of understand why it sort of has low attack in that regard because then if it was higher, and you start destroying like yeah, I do think it should be like a little bit higher. Honestly, for a 5-star monster, probably should at least be like I would say 18. I would settle for 18, but I mean you can't Suka it either. That's same defense. So yeah, it's honestly like okay, hear me out. Like just on the basis of like Ghost Knight a Jackal, right? Like let me bring up Ghost Knight again. Ghost Knight has slightly weaker defense. And at least like Burrow is a dark. So it's like, do we put both these guys? I feel like they're kind of like two sides of the same coin. So do we have them both in C or do we put them in D? Because I feel like on paper, they can do a lot. Especially if your opponent doesn't have like an option for it. Though I do think it's tricky. Yeah, because there's not like a low C or a a high D or whatever. It's just C or D. I I feel like I just got to go with D. Got to go with my gut, and I got a big gut. I just don't think they are quite. They are threatening at times. I just don't think that they are quite doing as enough as like a C tier card is. Like there's a reason why we don't see people play them, I believe. And I think that the problem is just given that they do require a tribute and they do have relatively low attack given their tribute cost. Exactly. And I feel like they kind of go together. And I feel like it'd be unfair like moving one down here and the other one up here. So I feel like if I had to tie them both together, I feel like they lean towards D tier. Let's talk about some of the other defenders. There's the Stone Statue, the Aztecs, and Gear Golem. Not an- There should be an ancient Gear Golem in the Moving Fortress, though. I mean, come on, Konami. Got 9 likes. We're almost at 10. Yeah, so Stone Statue Aztecs, 2,000 defense. Any battle damage your opponent takes is doubled. I mean, it's fine, I guess. Like as far as making a defender, it's at least they're at least putting more effort to it than just having a uh, plain vanilla. I'll I'll take I'll take Konami making an improvement. Gear Golem has a slightly higher defense during the main phase. You can pay 800 life points. So you can attack directly. I I don't know why you would want to do that, but I will say 2200 defense at least is a continuous improvement because the previous ones we've seen with high defense have been like 2100, and like you don't even have to attack with this guy. Um, but high defense, and plus he has an effect that he doesn't even need, so that's at least a plus on that. So I can't hate on it. As it could be D, set it, opponent runs to it, maybe attack them directly. Yeah, like if you're doing a like a messenger of peace kind of thing, I just wish if they really made more of an I would say if they made more of an effort with this effect, there would have been something where he switches to defense at the end of the turn. So like you pay life because you pay life points to attack directly, but I kind of rather keep it in defense, right? Unless like unless you have 800 life points left. But if you're paying 800, I think the benefit should be that you can attack and switch back. That would be worth because you're paying 800. So you and your opponent take the same amount of damage. That is the exact same damage. So like it should have been like 400 to attack directly. Or at the at like bare minimum like 500, right? If like 800, it's that's asking a lot to attack directly just for that. And Submarine Roid, like I mean, that's all playing speed duel. I fought a deck like that at locals. That's kind of annoying. I feel like Gigabyte probably goes here too. I'm sure you could like do stuff with it. Cause like I guess we might as well talk about the like vanilla stuff. Which is triangle power, delta attacker, and the law of the normal. I think 1,000 energy. Well, to see delta attacker, when the three normal monsters of the same name, they can all attack directly, which is really bad. Because you're just like you're barely getting any damage. And triangle power, level one normal monster increases their attacking by 2,000 till the end of the turn, but they're destroyed during the end phase. Like it's cute. Um, I can get to be like really strong, but it's also like you're running this strategy just for this terrible deck when you could run a fissure. You know? Yeah, I appreciate what they're doing, but it's like the spirit of the pharaoh, like the sarcophagus monsters. It's just like why? Like why even have them be destroyed? Like honestly, triangle power, like this card, it should have been a permanent boost. Like no end of turn, no destruction. Just take your like weak. Because if you're gonna play that level one vanilla, you might as well give them something to stay on the field for, to run. Like I'm definitely appreciating the direction of Ancient Sanctuary because they definitely have a lot more thematic with the like the majority of the set. I think more than a lot of previous sets as we start to see it start to develop further on as the game gets more like footing. Um, see, 1,000 energy. So 1,000 energy is kind of similar with level 2, but only by 1,000. But only increases by 1,000. But increases all level 2 though. Whereas I believe triangle only increases 1. Oh no, they're all 1. Okay, no, they're all the monsters. I mean, yeah, but level 2. I mean, that's not really much better. In fact, yeah. So silent energy is just same thing, but with level 2, and it's only by 1,000. Like that's even worse. Like that would go in a G tier, I think. Because like with these guys like already like weak, and it's, like, again, if you're playing them and they're already having a low attack, and you're bumping them up for a single turn, it's like, I mean, maybe they're here for like OTKs, but like if you're playing this deck, it's already hard enough to pull off. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, Chief. And then we got Law of the Normal. When there are 5 face-up level 2 or lower normals on your field, both players discard all cards in their hand, destroy all face-up cards on the field except for level 2. I know people like to play with this card, but it's you gotta get like so many weak cards on your field, and like why do you have discard why do you discard your hand? What's the benefit? Like why? If you're taking all this effort to get that, why do you have to lose the cards? Like its other effect is kind of cool, right? It blows up the field, except for them, which is kind of cool. But why you have to like? There's no reason why you should get rid of your cards, right? It should have been like an Ojama Delta. This should have just been Ojama Delta Hurricane, right? Throw out cards on your opponent's field, maybe even like even their hand. At the very least, it needed one of the less drawbacks. But yeah, that's it's unfortunate. Again, like all these, like the normals and the sarcophagus are definitely the worst. Just given like they gave so much of these cards in this set, like so much, but it's all terrible. Like, what were they thinking? In the end, it doesn't even matter. Let's see, 2,000 needles. This is an upgrade card of 1,000 needles. This guy kind of fits more in line with Soul of the Duelist and Rise of Destiny. Let's see. When it's in defense and it's attack, the attack of the monster that's lower than defense is destroyed. That seems bad because you essentially have to tribute to set it. Well, you rather just tribute to attack, but 2,000, it's like, what are we doing here? That feels really bad. Cool art though. I really love the needles, like the 1,000 needles art. There's like a whole bunch of those cards. In fact, there's one. I feel like there was one like somewhat recently, like a new one. Yeah, there's 3,000 noodle. Oh no. Okay, no, it was 2012. Jeez, that's not recent at all. Yeah, 3,000 needles, 3,000 noodles, or like it. Yeah, it's like there's no reason for this one to exist. Like there's a lot of F tiers, but also it's a lot of packages. See, weapon change during your standby phase, pay 700. Target a warrior machine, switch the attack and defense until your opponent's next turn. Until the end of your opponent's next turn. Yeah, A or F. Yeah, there's definitely a stark difference between like the good cards and the bad cards. And the middle ones are kind of, more or less like whatever. Definitely seeing it a bit more here. Because they are doing more thematic things. So like when the thematics are bad, they're bad, but all the good things aren't thematic cards. So it's like what they were doing before was still working, but what they're trying to do new, they haven't figured out yet. Because like I guess they're scared of it like breaking the meta, which is, like the overall archetypal issue that Konami has seemingly had till GX kind of showed them that like, hey, archetypes are good. You should play them. Weapon change. It's uncomfortable. I feel like I'm gonna put it in D. I like where their heads at with it, where it lets you use an interesting mechanic of like stat switching. I don't think it needed to have a life point loss, like a LP upkeep. And also, I don't think it needed to be specifically warrior machine. And it is slow because you have to wait during your following standby phase. So if a monster gets destroyed, is this F or is this D? Because like, yeah, ideally you'd be playing, like a machine of warrior deck for if you're running this. But it's like, what would really make use out of this? Because you're losing like 700 per turn. It's not even like a permanent switch because they lose the switch during your opponent's end phase. So like, it's not like you can switch, destroy this card on your following turn, and then keep them. It's like you use it or lose it. Ugh, I feel like you just rather run sword and shield and just use it because if you're gonna use all six, might as well use the card that can affect like everything and use for like the immediate one turn. But I don't know. God, there's so many cards in this set. I'm going to be very excited when we get to Soul the Duelist. When we get to this is the last like over 100 card set. Uniatrix, what's up? So the criteria is TCG only, so no OCG or speed duels, that kind of stuff. And it is based off of kind of overall, um, has this card, has it been played? Can it be played? Was it good in a certain period? Has it been good like overall? What's like the basis of the effect? Why was the card made? Um, there's a wide variety of reasonings behind these cards. Like why was it made? Why was it made? Was it a good reason? Was it a bad reason? Could it theoretically see use? Uh, it's not like a monochromatic system. It's not binary either. There's a lot of factors to consider. Um, some of these could be moved up or down depending on some preferences or how someone deems a card be certain things. It is not ranked card by card, just purely by the tier. So, Mystic Walk isn't necessarily better than Spell Economics or vice versa. It's just lump sum. Like Metal Armored Bug, even though he saw play in Demise OTK, the card itself is, it's kind of bad, but like Demise OTK lifted it up enough to get here. Whereas a card like, Ghost Knight of Jackal, I wouldn't technically say it's not a played card, but it on on paper I see what they're going for, and I really like it. Whereas a card like Nubian Guard, it's like, why even bother? Get out of here. Soul Resurrection I actually do like. Because this one's just like a Call of the Haunted, but for normal monsters, if someone's in defense position. So that's useful. I don't know how terribly useful it is, given vanilla monsters, but I think it's worth at least a C. Yeah, Newbie Guards, like, why? Like the sarcophagus, like these sarcophagus cards, the sarcophagi. It's like, I love Spirit of the Pharaoh, but man, they were hardcore overcorrecting with that. Same thing with the normal monsters. Like if Triangle Power was just increase a vanilla monster attack by 2,000 points, this might be a different story. Like if 1,000 energy was, I mean, this card didn't even need to exist. Honestly, like they could have just made Triangle Power level 2 or lower normal monsters, and not just have like the two separate cards. Like it's a little mind boggling. I think we're almost at 10 likes. So close, so close. The Unhappy Girl. That's a long effect. Let's see. When it's an attack, it's not destroyed by battle. It's like a shitty Spirit Reaper. Monster battles cannot change its battle position except with a card effect. So it's like a Spirit Reaper with a Electric Lizard, but it's worse of both of them. Yeah. No, thank you. Theban Nightmare gains 1,500 attack. You really like that card, but damn, it's disappointing. Yeah, it's like, why is it gotta be in attack mode? Like, it would have been cool if it was in defense mode, because that just makes another Spirit Reaper. Like, why is it like if it's already attacking over? Why do you care about it switching? Not of why do you care about it not being able to switch its position? Because you would want it to switch position so you don't keep attacking, right? It's counterintuitive. Hey, you hit 10 likes. Let's go. Thank you, thank you. Everything is Fear Bear, but I guess no. I mean, the OCG by this point, they already had Marshmallow, so I mean, I guess they didn't need it. Thebin Nightmare. Gain 1500 I have no cards in your hand, nor in spell and trap zones. Ow. Again, a lot of overcorrecting. I mean, I guess it's fair, right? It's fair. It's 3000 attack if you have nothing. But you basically have to keep hard drawing into monsters and sum them out to get this guy, because otherwise he's useless. And I feel like that's asking for way too much. Because it'd be one thing if you didn't have any cards in your hand. That would make it way better. Because at least then you could make something around it, right? Like we would see the strategy like way later with Infernity. But if you can't have any spell and traps, like you can't even like set things. It's got to be like straight up monsters. And then if you're gonna brick on monsters, like yeah, this guy is just bad. Like it is just compounding issues, even though its effect is very simple, which is bad. Not that simple effects are bad, but the fact that it has a simple effect that is just creates such an issue. The Kickman. Oh, last time we got Chop Man. Now we get the Kickman. When he's special summon, you can equip something from your graveyard. Wasn't there a card like this in the last set? It it feels odd. I mean, you can get it out with Tomato. You can get it out with Pyramid Turtle or with Book of Life. Which is cool. Um, yeah, it's not F. I'd say it's D. It feels a bit subpar, especially since you need equips in the graveyard to set it up. But that said, it's like you could use it. It is technically playable. A Spirit Caller. This one's kind of cool art with the Skull Servant. Flip special summon level 3 or lower. One level 3 or lower normal monster to the side of the field. Um, is this guy of any use? I wish it wasn't a normal monster. I wish it was just a level 3 or lower. Honestly, even if it was just like level 2 or lower monster. I feel like if it was that makes more sense to me. But it's like you get one normal monster and then it's like what, 4? Theoretically, you could bring back an Exodia piece and then use Compulse because this is a few sets before Monster Reincarnation. But yeah, I don't know what the use for this card is. I really don't. Especially when like we've already established that like the weak vanillas are just already really bad. I mean, maybe except for Shine Ball, but that has different uses that like you wouldn't even want to play Spirit Caller for. A lot of F tiers. But I mean, hey, that's just the nature of the set, I guess. Sword of the Soul Eater. Like only equipped to a level 3 or lower normal monster. Another normal support. Trip all normal monsters. Except the equip monster and increase attack by 1,000 for each normal. That's at least a permanent equip upgrade. Um, so if you equip like two, you get 2,000. But you're essentially, but then you're going minus. You're going minus the card advantage for this guy. But I guess at the same point, what are you doing with those? Like, I guess like the whole point of the normal monsters that you're essentially using them for like a single turn thing anyway, right? Like that's kind of the idea behind it. Like they're all kind of going to get destroyed one way or the other, so you might as well make use of them. I think that's what they're going for. In which, like, if you attribute two, I guess you're technically going like -1, which isn't good, but you get 2,000 attack out of that. Yo, Esteban Romero, what's up? Hi, Janjo. Wait. Thebin Nightmare was a good top deck saver, or could be brought by Crash Shine Angel, also being a light monster, or something CDBLS, which could also crash again. Well, I think the problem is that we have better Shining Angel targets, right? Roulette Barrel and DD Warrior Lady would be like the main two. Um, and if it's only good in the top deck, how often is that actually going to come up? Or like a top deck where it is like purely top deck game, and you get a thing work for one turn. Because like there's a lot of light monsters you could summon. You could summon Pakiru, right? Unhappy Girl, Moki Moki. That's my retort to that. Let me take a great glimpse at Triangle Power again. So if you use like Triangle Power, Delta Attacker. So I think the idea of the normal monsters is that you want to get all these cards in your hand. But like how do you get these like normal guys out, right? Like you kind of have to. That's the hard part. So I think it's just like you're supposed to do like one huge combo thing, right? Where you use Delta Attacker. All right, let's say you have 3 gigabytes. Use Delta Attacker so they can all attack directly. Use Triangle Power so they gain 2,000 attack. Then use, and then you use Sword of the Soul Eater, Tribute 2. So you have a gigabyte that. See how much attack does a gigabyte have? Like 300? Yeah, 350. So he have so he would have 4,350 attack for a direct attack, which does not kill. You have to get Godluck with Enchanted Fitting Room and have sword or wall stop and attack. Yeah, so you essentially need to like stack your deck, right? You essentially need to place like all these cards, like a 7 card combo in like perfect order. Cause like you can't even use like you could theoretically use Law of the Normal if you have five. So let's say if you have five, right? You have like 3 GB, Kozaki and a Moki Moki on the field, right? So you use so you do the combo, right? Triangle power, Delta attacker. You equip sword, but no, because Law of Normal destroys your equip too. It destroys like all the other cards. Damn. Well, I guess in that case, you use Delta attack, Triangle power, and then Law of the Normal if you have five, and then that would kill. But that is asking so much. Or alternatively, instead of Law, if you have 5 monsters and you use Sword. Hold on 1 second. I'm just switching some music here. Um, so if you use Sword, then you tribute 4 monsters. Then Gigabyte would go 2350. That still wouldn't kill, but that is a lot of damage. Yeah, you can't take Gate Guardian, like Moth category there. I mean, it's fun to think about, and I'm sure that was like the idea they had, but it seems like an idea that they had, but they never actually tested the cards out for it. I just, I feel like this card just goes with them. I was potentially thinking maybe Sword could like maybe be D, but they all have like the same idea behind them, so I think it's fair enough to give them all the same rating. Like it's certainly cute, but it is it is just. I mean, theoretically, it's easier than like a Gate Guardian kind of thing, just because you don't have to like tribute monsters, but you need more. You need a lot of cards, basically. Like you need like the God Hand to make all this work, and like basically I have to use this or Law of the Normal. And Triangle Power and Thousand Energy like don't work the same either. Like this card really should have been just 2 or lower. Because otherwise, just run like Acts of Despair. I don't know, or United, like United We Stand, Mage Power. I don't know. You got equips. See, Grave Protector. This guy looks like he looks more like Gravy Protector. A monster destroy battle shuffle into the deck instead of going to the graveyard. That's interesting. He can't. Now he has 0 attack, but he has 2K defense. But this is essentially a floodgate. I've never heard of this card, but it seems really fascinating. Yeah, Gravy Protector. Yo, Michael Van Tosh, what's up? You did miss enemy control. It is right up here. Right here. A tier, baby. I honestly like Gravy Protector. I think it's a really interesting thing. But because we haven't really seen anything from it, honestly, Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like enemy controller. It feels like it's the weaker of like some options. Do you think Gravy Protector might even be like a B tier? Like, level limit's crazy. It's like this guy. It's like it's very unique, right? It just goes everything just goes back to the deck. I think I okay. I think I got it. The downside with this guy is that his cards that are destroyed by battle. If it was just cards sent to the graveyard, that would be that would make it busted. It's the fact that it has to be battle destruction, so that severely limits what it can do. Which I mean, it's great. It stops stuff like Sangan and the I think it stops Tomato too, like recruiters, and stuff. But it doesn't stop your opponent from like setting things up, like Chaos plays. Like, is there like a spell or trap that essentially does this in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh? Like a macrocosmos kind of thing. Defissure. Because that's really fascinating. And honestly, I don't know if that's even like always beneficial to like the user either. That's kind of the thing. It's like because at least with like banishing cards, like you can make a deck around that. Whereas like now you can't access like the card at all. Like you can't revive it. I mean, some cards like it may be useful for like cards that you rather would have in the deck. But this also affects your own cards like Sangan. So I think that's kind of the problem with this guy, right? Is that he doesn't give you any like theoretical advantage per se. Like he keeps stuff in your deck so you can like reuse things like Breaker and Tribe and things that you would want to reuse. It's like you wouldn't play Sangan in a deck with this guy. Let me look up Tomato real quick. Yes, man, that has to be sent to the graveyard. So like this guy kills like recruiter decks, absolutely like massacres them. But he also has 0 attack, which is you have to set him first. Which it's. I mean, we see like Banisher of the Radiance, so I guess it's like the least of the issues. This is a very interesting card. I can't believe I've never even like heard this card before. I am tempted to put him in B tier because just like there's something about it that's very fascinating in like a very general effect kind of way. There are definitely issues, which like I've mentioned, it kind of just denies any semblance of resources for for you, including. And it's only monster destruction. Whereas something like Banisher of the Light is just any card sent. Like if this card was any card sent, this card would be insane. Imagine like Pot of Greed or Graceful Charity that just like sends itself back. I'll keep him in C, but this card really interests me. Amazon's training in speed rules. I mean, this guy was in speed rules, which is kind of cool to think about. What is SF Star? He's a Starfoil printing. Also, I might have to pick up some copies of this guy. It's kind of interesting. But moving on. Judgment of the Desert. Battle position monster, flip face up. Cannot be changed. It's an interesting floodgate. I don't think it's good, but I'll give it a D. Because, like, I don't know, if you're flipping up a monster, you're already getting its effect off. And it doesn't affect the reflippers, like Swarm of Scarabs, any of the Pac-Man strategy. So that's kind of pointless. So it's mostly a pointless floodgate, but like it's I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't say it's F. I'll zoom out the list a little bit. Legacy Hunter, the weird looking Don Zalug dude. I'll zoom it back in a bit. Yeah, actually, no, that's fine. I'll keep it. When this card defense attacks a face down defense monster and destroys it, sends it to the grave. Opponent turns a random card from their hand to their deck. The 1,000 attack. Uh, hated this card. Kept pulling up his because he's a super rare. Ugh. Why is he a super rare? He's ugly. What do I think about this card? I wish he had higher attack. I wish he had Don Zalug stats. Or even like 13. And it's only face down defense monsters too. So it's like it's probably gonna be just like killed pretty quickly, right? Because like you rather run a monster that just deals with the defense monster. Like this guy doesn't like it's not even like a Mystic Swordsman thing. I'm I'm gonna give him a D. It's not like outright terrible, but it's really bad. See, Opti Camouflage Armor. It almost looks like a mermail card. Let's see. Can equip to a level 1 monster. More support. Wow. Who would have thought? Um, can attack points, life points directly. Yeah, it's a cool idea. Which, like, honestly, you rather run this than like Delta Attacker, because at least this card you don't need like a prerequisite of 3 monsters. So like it's better than Delta Attacker. And honestly, like think about this. It's there's also kind of an interesting thing that it doesn't specify normal monster. So you can equip it to a relinquished and attack directly. And there's no downside otherwise, except for just the specified the level 1 monster. I'm trying to think of any other like level 1 monsters you would run, but probably not. It has two printings and none of it ever specified a normal monster. It says a level 1 monster. I'm going to give it a D cuz it doesn't have like as much drawbacks as like the other cards do. Like there's a level 1 that can attack directly, and that's at least a whatever effect. I'll take it. Piranha Army, cool art. Battle damage inflicts is by attacking a life points directly is doubled. Now that's pretty bad. That's really bad. You're only basically getting 16, and it can't attack directly normally. So why run it? Like if this guy should have been level 1, because then you could have equipped it with the Opti Camouflage armor and then deal 16 directly. But then also, and then you can at least use that with like a stun deck. It's definitely a jank OTK with this guy. I mean, I guess go with like United We Stand, Mage Power, Axe of Despair. But the problem is, though, it's like you gotta get him to like 4K and get a direct attack because it's not just battle damage; it's a direct attack. So like, not only do you have to like buff them up, you have to get rid of like any opposing threat. I feel like that's like a lot of cards. Like I definitely see where your head's at, but his attack's just like it's so low. Like it's much easier to do something with like Mataza with the like double tap strategy because you get like more inherent value out of that than this guy. Yeah, how's it not tearing up Nats? Like it's definitely interesting. Like now I'm like thinking about it, right? Because like if it was just battle damage, that would be a different story. And I feel like that's an issue with a lot of these cards, right? Is that it has like this some one really weird drawback that it almost feels unintentional. Like it almost feels like they designed the card. Like in some ways it feels intentional, but some ways it feels unintentional. You know what I mean? The battle damage this card inflicts by attacking your opponent's life points directly is doubled. That is the effect of Piranha Army. So like you need to like have an open field. All right, I'll move it to D. I think I find it interesting enough. I suppose compared to like something like Spirit Caller, I'm thinking about this card, and I was like, I don't know. Because sure, you could technically deal a lot of damage with this guy. I will. I'm a Janjo of the people. See, Rocket Jumper. If the only cards on your opponent's side of the field are defense position monsters. Well, I will say for Piranha Army. Yeah, if it was level 1, it should have been level 1. But I will say with Piranha Army, at least at this point in the game, by this release, you did have Harpy's Feather Duster and Raigeki. Uh, Something, I guess. You could always, also have Dark Hole and Heavy Storm, too. But so, like, you could with, like, Axe of Despair and a couple other cards. Yeah, sure, you could deal, like, a lot of damage. Okay, sure, I'll give it that. So Rocket Jumper. If the only cards on your opponent's side fill a defense position monsters can attack directly. That's like a really shitty Black Tyranno. Because like any back row cards, its effect is a dud. And it only has 1,000 attack. That's enough. Like, it seems like they're really scared about direct attack monsters. Like, the strongest, like, normal one they had was Servant of Catabolism from Front Guard, and that was, what, like, 700, 800 attack? Like, God forbid they print one with 1,000 attack. Let's see, Sand Gambler, he's just a dude. He's got sand in his britches. Toss a coin 3 times. If all are heads, destroy all monsters on your opponent's side of the field. If your tails, destroy all your fields. Otherwise, it does nothing. That seems really bad. Yeah, good luck with that. Ha ha ha. Yeah, it's just like that is asking for like so much random luck. And like in the worst case, you blow up your own monsters. Just to what? Get a Raigeki? I mean, 16 defense is like for what it's worth, 16 defense is like okay, and it's nice that you don't have to pay life points for its effect, but that's kind of just that's just giving it some whatever positives. He lost everything. Hey, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. You had Darby. He was in Egypt. Darby the Gambler. Mr. Joe Star. Special Hurricane. Like this art's sick. I've never seen this before. Discard a card from your hand to destroy all special summon monsters on the field. That's kind of interesting. It's like a Jowgen almost. I definitely dig that. Yeah. I mean, as long as you don't have any special summon monsters, but like if you're on second or you don't have any, let me look up Jowgen real quick. The Jowgen's like a random card. This card's not even like random. Um, well, it's more of like I guess it's technically a bad dark hole. That's true, but in formats that there is no dark hole, like dark, I mean, I think dark hole's like dark hole 1 copy. I think Raigeki's like at 3 or something like that. I don't know. I'll give it a C. Because like in formats where you don't have like a dark hole, like there's lightning vortex. I guess. I guess it's like a. It's even. I guess it's a worse lightning vortex. But in formats that you don't have dark hole and lightning vortex is at 1. I guess like if you need something else, it is general enough, especially against decks that do like a lot of special summoning. Like it seems to be more of like a side deck card against like early special summoning things. I think it's more interesting than like some of the D tier cards. And it's not like every card in C tier. It's like these are, you know, top cards or anything. It's just more interesting, I suppose. Soul absorbing bone tower. Control a zombie monster. Your opponent cannot target this card. I think I see this card like once in a blue moon. Control another zombie monster. Your opponent cannot target this for attacks. Which I guess you can technically have a lock if you have two. Every time a zombie type monster special summons and top two cards, your opponent's deck to the graveyard. That feels, yeah, that feels like there's a lot of issues with that. Like you could use it, like let's say GX, right, where you have Ill Blood and Zombie Master, and like Book of Life and cards safe return. That could definitely be powerful with that deck that is kind of notorious for like an early heavy special summoning thing. I'm just wonder how much like actual benefit you get off of it though, to like make it worth playing. It's either C or D. Because like just for a special summon, you get like rip 2 cards. I mean that's good. I guess you feel D. I mean, oh shit! I'm going blind. I for a while I was looking. I'm like, oh, that's 2,000 defense. No, that's 15. This guy should have 2,000 defense. What the heck? Okay, yeah, I'll put him in D. I feel like 2,000 defense. I would have been like, yeah, maybe C. At least you could set it. But yeah, 15. That's low. That's low. Yeah, it feels more like a jank, and a lot of these cards are kind of jank. I guess that's kind of D tier in a way. Is jank. Jeez, yeah, I didn't even notice. I'm just going blind. That happens when I'm like streaming, and it hits like post 3 hours. I'm dying, man. I'm dying. Oh, we got 12 likes. Oh, hell yeah. Nice. Cool. Soul Reversal. Return a flip effect monster from graveyard to the top of your deck. I'll give that a D. It's like, yeah, okay, you can get back a flip effect, and you can use it during your opponent's turn, which is really cool, right? It's a quick play, so yours gets destroyed, you'll instantly draw it back. Okay, it's a bit specific, and top deck isn't fun. I suppose like just the hand, but you know, I'll take it. Some situations you get back the monster maybe reuse a pot. Yeah, if it's like a Magician of Faith, you know, it's destroyed, you get back, use pot, you reset the faith. Or if it's like a Night Assailant. Sonic Jammer. Flip. Speaking of flips, Pokemon activate any spell cards till the end phase of the next turn. That's a little interesting. If you use it during your turn, your opponent can't activate spell cards during your turn or their next turn. If your opponent activates it, then they can't use it for the rest of their turn or during your turn. Yeah, I'll give him a D. It's interesting. It's cute. Yo, Valuda, what's up? Evening. It's nighttime where I'm at, but evening to you. This is the current list, if you're curious. I'm very happy that this is the last, like, large set. I'll say that much. I'm feeling the effects of, like, not knowing a chunk of the card pool. Let's see. Micro Ray. Cool artwork. Um, Select phase out monster. Its defense becomes 0 until the end of the turn. That's a D. I It seems mostly bad, like especially when compared to like any removal. Um, but it's not an F. Man throw tro. Shoot a normal monster, more normal monster support, inflict 800 damage. So it's a specific kind of cannon soldier. It's like it's stronger burn damage than even like Gravekeeper's Cannon Holder, but Tree Monster is so specific just for an 800 burn. It's like, oops, let me just during damage calc. I mean, at least lets you attack over anything in defense. Like, I guess you might as well run stop defense. You might as well run stop defense. Yeah, maybe it is an F. Because at least stop defense can like affect face down monsters. Although if you I mean I suppose if you can't attack it, like even when it's like flipped up. So I guess it technically has use there. A man who throw things. I'll leave it in D. I could theoretically see a use for it. Yeah, man throws like Gravekeeper's Cannon Holder is already like a little sus. Like I've made it kind of work, but it's still a card that's like, well, I can't. Cannon Holder or a Cannon Soldier might be better, and this card just feels like an even worse version of that, especially because as we've established through the set, you kind of want to keep the normals on the field for like the big plays. This guy isn't really doing that. Like it'd be cool if it just tribute a normal monster on the field. That would be a little interesting, but I think this guy might be another F. Look at all these Fs. It's a Goblin King. Well, you turn another Fiend monster. Monster not attacking this card. So that's another lock you can do. There's a few amount of locks and loops in this set. Um, its attack and defense becomes number of other fiend monsters times 1,000. That could potentially be strong. Especially you equip this with Opti Camouflage armor, right? If you have like two other fiends, it's 2,000 attack. That can be a direct attack. Yeah, I'll give it a D. It requires a chunk of setting up and protection, but Again, Jink is there. This card came back a while back with some deck. Don't know what it was. Let me look. No top decks, but yeah, I definitely see the jank involved in it though. Because like it can get strong, right? Like ideally, it can get to a base of 4K. You just need a lot of spamming. Like if you get like giant germ, which I believe is a fiend monster, right? Yeah, it's a fiend. Get this guy out, 2K attack. I feel like it helps with like an ultimate offering kind of strategy, right? Pay 500, like get like another one out, and then you have a lock of 2 on the field, and then you get like and then you get cards like gravity bind, level limit, like all that stuff. Slap it out with like opti camouflage armor. It just requires a lot of setup, but it's interesting though. Like, I can definitely see people messing around with it. A Goblin Thief. Inflict 500 damage to opponent's life points, increase yours by 500. And D is nothing really. F, you're saying F? Inflicts 500 and you. Mm, yeah. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I was like, well, I'm thinking, like, well, it's just so like basic, but yeah, I don't know what benefit running this would be compared to other cards. Also, what's up, Madcap? I don't know if you were in the stream earlier. I have the memory of a goldfish. I feel bad for throwing a lot of these cards in like F tier. I feel like I'm more F tier trigger happy in this set. Emissary of the Oasis. More normal support. Jesus. Roses on Moses. While a face-up level 3 or lower normal monster side of the field, your opponent cannot attack it. While Emissary is on the field, a battle damage controller from battle involving level 3 or lower monster becomes 0. Ancient Seri was kind of a bad set. Yeah. Yeah, that's putting it lightly, but like, yeah, a lot of fun cards though, even if like they're bad. That's like I guess the shitty thing about it. Once I got a defective card sleeve shorter than a card, I still got Goblin Thief in it. Wow, interesting. That's the real thief. Yeah, what does this card do again? While level 3 low normal monster, opponent cannot select any battle damage. This card sounds like ass. Not the good kind of ass. I think interesting we the first bad set of the TCG. It's cool art. Is this like the first like bad set? I'd have to look at my tier list. I feel like I would have to like if I want to be like very specific, I could like calculate the good and bad. Like let me look up here. Like LOB, for example. I mean, like look at LOB here. Like, this is before we had an F tier, right? Like look at all this D tier stuff. But in fairness, LOB when it was made in the OCG originally, it was a reprint set of like a ton of just like old ass cards. Whereas something like this is it's still technically a reprint set, but it is of newer cards. Given how little it's discussed compared to other weaker DM era sets. Yeah, this is right after Invasion of Chaos. And this is like the last of the because I want yeah, because like this is the last of the TCG exclusive sets. Yeah, I think I have to look. Like, let me open that thing up again because that is something interesting to think about. Like Dark Crisis. Like this was Dark Crisis. Like Dark Crisis, a lot of C and Ds. And if we consider D more on the bad side, I mean it's not going to be as much. Not as much F tier cards. Yeah, potentially. I guess like considering like the amount of newer cards that like affect monsters, but it's also been like how you view like a bad set. Like is LOB worse because of like its higher amount of bad cards, or is it? Or do you have to go more lenient on it just because of like given the context of the set? LOB's 3/4 normal monster you can't compare. I mean, like that's the set. I mean, this is a different era, right? Potentially the same like amount of like good and bad cards. Like how many cards were actually useful in LOB? Like that's the thing, not many. And that set was huge. I think it would be fair to consider this the worst set of like because LOB. Let me get my facts straight here. Like the Japanese one was a combination of the OCG sets, Legend Blue Eyes White Dragon, and Phantom God, which LOB in Japan was a reprint set, and Phantom God was also a reprint set. Whereas Ancient Sanctuary was a mix of Sanctuary in the Sky and Pharaoh's Inheritance, where it is not reprint sets. So if we're counting LB on the lines of a reprint set, and we're just talking about like okay sets that are not reprint sets, like they're set as it is, but that's the OCG. But if we want to keep that in mind, if you want to keep the OCG in mind and how the sets were created, given that context, I think that would be a fair assumption to consider this the weakest set of the DM era. Yeah, but emissary of the whatever we're talking about, the Oasis, like yeah, what is that even like? What is that doing? If you have a weak monster, it can't be attacked while it's on the field. Any battle damage controller of this card. But the second thing is like, Any battle damage controller of this card from battle involving level 3. So if your opponent attacks into a weak monster, you don't take any damage. Like, just get out of here. Get out of here. Ugh. Like what is like I'm like ugh. That card is dumb. Does nothing out of no waste. It just sits there in the water. Almost at 15 likes. See, Dust Barrier. Face up monsters on the field are unaffected by your opponent's spell cards. All this normal support. It's like, don't they know people want to affect monsters? Card is destroyed during your second standby phase after activation. I mean, I guess it's a D. It's like, I suppose you're not protecting from like too much, but it does add some protection in general without any like actual cost. Non-spell casting area. Yes, except for Dust Barrier affects your own monsters. Oh no. Well, all normal monsters but your opponent's spell cards. So I guess your opponent can't even like affect their own monsters either. In which you can still use your own spell cards. So like you could still use like equip cards on yours. So there is that benefit, right? If you're doing like equip cards or like, like triangle power or sword of the soul eater, that all that stuff. So it has some benefits in that regard. Is that worth something? Because like all the normal stuff in this, like they all need spell cards to like function. Dust Barrier says face up normal monsters on the field are unaffected by your opponent's spell cards. This card is destroyed during your second standby phase after activation. So like yeah, like all these guys like they need like these like delta attack and triangle power and sword and so I guess I mean it does let you use spell cards, whereas non spellcasting area does not. So it has like a very like niche use, but if you're running like a normal equip deck, do people play this against Mystic Mine? Not in any topping decks, I can tell you that much. Yeah, the destruction it's bad. Is this card like even worth it like whatsoever though? Because it's yeah, so you get it for like 2 turns. Well, during your second standby after activation, so you get like one turn, the next turn, first standby, and the following one, second standby. Yeah, no. If you want to deal disc mine, then you have like, you know, Cosmic Cyclone and all these back row Twin Twisters and whatnot, whatever. All right, so okay, chat. Dust Barrier DRF. C1D. And it's Era D. All right, I'll have it in D. So I'm trying to be a little like positive with like some of these cards, but some cards are like outright bad. Some cards are outclassed. Some cards are just useless. Like there's a variety of like badness. See someone protecting your normal monsters, let them harass you for a game. It's basically like it's a worse spellcasting area, but technically has some fringe use, I suppose. We're getting to the home stretch though. The last line, more or less. Earlier fuse equips. Well, let's see. Dora of Fate. Well, that's why I'm reading them out for y'all. Dora of Fate. It is a trap card. I suppose I could always bring them up here, but then I feel like it's just impossible to read when it's like so low. Let's see. You can only activate Dora Fate during your opponent's turn. Select a face-up monster on your opponent's side of the field. When you normal summon a monster that is one level lower than the selected monster, during your next turn, inflict damage to your opponent's life points equals to the level of the monster times 500 points. Oh, yeah, Dust Barrier for Field Barrier. Yeah, no, Field Barrier is a much better card. So Door of Fate. So essentially, you select a monster, then you have to summon a monster with a higher level. This feel like is asking a lot. Like the burn is potentially good, right? Like we've established with Needleburr that you can inflict like a level 4. That's 2,000 damage, but you need to have like a very specific monster level and be able to summon it or want to summon it for the burn damage. As in too much burn when you have just desserts, secret barrel. Yeah, I feel like because like Needleburr is like you at least get a monster out, you can attack, and this guy is just it has like a bunch of like prerequisites for some potential burn damage. Again, I could see like a world where someone like lists these things a little bit differently, right? Maybe a little more of these go into the C tier or go into the D tier. Maybe a little more of the D tier goes to the C tier. Kind of flows up a little bit more. But yeah, Desert Taper. I swear to God, like a chunk of these cards I've never even seen before, which is fascinating. A Desert Tapir, cute card. Flip one face of monster into face down defense position. You cannot select itself. It's kind of it's interesting because before goat format, your opponent couldn't just like flip it back up. If you're facing your opponent at a 63-degree angle on a Tuesday afternoon, but it's morning in the Congo. Superb, awesome, bueno, cool, disappointing, failure. I think F stands for Fighting Polygon Team. I don't know if I say this would be disappointed. More like maybe derelict or dishonest, perhaps. Desert tapir. Like I could see Dorofate as a D tier, but it's just I don't know. It's like what? Yeah, just like an era of like so many burn cards exist. Like the burn can be good, but like it forces you to do like a multitude of things. Like it makes you work for a bit of burn damage. Like you gotta set it, you gotta activate the right time, you gotta have the right monster, the right levels, and because like you have to activate during your opponent's turn. So it's not like you can surprise your opponent with it. Like they know like it might be coming. Didn't go as well as planned. Yeah, I guess. I suppose. Could have been better. Could have been worse. Again, like some of these cards, even like stuff in Dieter, like they could be drop lower. Like, you know, just gotta go with the motion of the ocean. Like backfire, like this card honestly could be an F tier card. Only the nature of it, like just the nature of the card, not functioning towards like burn decks, really, at all. But it's a passive burn though. So desert tapir. So yeah, this card it's a flip monster. And you flip a face up monster, face down defense. So yeah, so prior to goat format, if you use this against an opponent's monster, they could not flip it back up because its battle position has been changed. By goat format though, that's a different story because now this if you use against an opponent's card, they can just next turn flip it up. So it's in that regard, it's a worse monster. But you can also use it against your own cards too, um, such as a Magician of Faith that you have to reuse it. But in that regard, Book of Moon exists. So you just use like what do you think about this desert tapir? It's I don't know. It seems I'm feeling D. It feel like doesn't feel particularly good, but it doesn't feel necessarily like harmful. You know? Yeah, D for desert tapir. Desk counter blow. Oh wow, we hit over 4 hours. Bam. Does counter blow. Destroy any monster that inflicts battle damage or points life points by attacking directly. That's an interesting floodgate. I'm going to give that a C. Because, like if you're facing against, like, I don't know, like Watts, it kind of ruins their day. That's like the person that comes to my mind. But there is a downside. It does destroy your own monsters. And that's really bad. So maybe we drop that down. But it is fair in that regard, though, right? It wrecks tunes, too. I mean, is it not fair, though? Because now it becomes like a purely chaotic, like, monster fight. Yeah, you still take the damage, but it still destroys the monster. Yeah, I feel like if it was like, I mean, obviously, it was, if it was just like your opponent's side, that feels like that make this too overpowered. So it feels like it's at least balanced well, right? I at least appreciate that aspect of it. It's an intelligently designed card, just requires the right situation. Does have to be face up before they declare attackers use it, like Sekuretsu armor. It just says any monster that inflicts battle damage or points life points by attacking directly. So, I mean, you could use it like when they declare an attack, and then it'll be destroyed. But yeah, the downside is that it does affect yours too, so it's kind of a double edged sword. And there's no way to get rid of it really. um I'm trying to think of like the best like situation with this card. You can combat with Astral Barrier. Um so like you're probably gonna wanna, I mean, I guess depending on the format, if you just like if you have a deck that's like OTK centric, it's worse. I mean, yeah, it's worse than Mirror Force, but this is a continuous trap. Um, like if your deck is revolved around like getting like you really have to make your deck around it, right? Like big punches. Like OTK stuff potentially. I'm going to leave it in D. It feels like it just feels like a card that has too many downsides for like for the user than it's probably worth. Like yeah, you can use it with your sand games, but you're essentially just, I don't know, depriving yourself of like the benefits of keeping the monster on field until that like a certain point, right? You know, forcing your opponent to deal with the situation. Yeah, I think it's more issues than it's worth. Blessings of the Nile and the River of the Night. Each time cards are discarded from your hand to the graveyard by effect of a card controlled by your opponent, increase your life points by 1,000. Yeah, that seems really bad. Like you don't really get any choice in the matter. And it's like, hey, if anything, it's almost insulting. It's like, hey, if you suck, oh, here's some, here's some change for you. Like, fuck you. Like, you might as well just run like e-prov and cards and stuff. Like, if you're really worried about life points, I mean, like it's not inherently bad, but it's not inherently doing anything either, which in turn makes it bad. Yeah, like just run solemn. I mean, I don't know, like I get the benefit of like discarding stuff, and it like doesn't matter what's discarding. But yeah, no one runs are almost outside of limited formats and kitchen tables. But even like row mages have better cards. I mean, like I get what they're going for, right? A card that, while it doesn't give you any advantage, it's more designed like, hey, you lose cards, but you're at least getting something for it. Um, so I get what they're going for, but like that something isn't really much of anything, like in the long run. So it's kind of like a phantom effect. Like it's almost like a non-card, right? 14 likes. Can we get to 15 by the end of the stream, perhaps? Atomic Firefly, cool art. When it's face up and it attacks or is attacked and destroyed, player destroys it, takes 1,000 points of damage. That seems really bad because basically you need to normal summon it, in which you're taking 900, your opponent's taking 1,000, but you're still taking 900 because if you set it, it doesn't go off. That seems really bad. Aswan Apparition. That thing looks badass. What the heck? This like red dude, Aswan Apparition. If it inflicts battle damage to your opponent's life points, you turn a trap from the graveyard to the top of your deck. Yeah, but it has such low attack. That's all it does. It can't even attack directly. Like at least give it a direct attack so you can recycle like a trap card. Like it's a top to your deck, so you still have to hard draw into it and then set it and then wait till the next turn to activate it. Yeah, great art, but yeah, that's abysmal. Arcane Archer of the Forest. Let's see. While there's a plant monster on your field, cannot be attacked, so it's cool, I guess. You can tribute a plant monster to act as an MSC. That's bad. So you're getting rid of its protection that it already needs because one has weak stats, but also you need to destroy. Yeah, you need to destroy the single thing that protects it to pop a card. So, in essence, you're probably going to get rid of this card too by the next turn. So like it feels like a really bad investment over a card like MST or Dust Tornado. Like it's another like total stinker. Say Lodi. I mean, I don't know. It feels like there's other cards here that's like I see what they're going for, but that doesn't make it any better. I think it works with like tokens. I guess. All right, I'll move it a D. Absorbing Kid from the Sky. Look at this fat fuck. When this card destroys a monster sent to the graveyard as a result of battle, increase your life points by the level of the destroyed monster by 3. There's a lot of these like level things. Yeah, I guess you could use like Dandelion with the Arcane Archer. Or like Miracle Fertilizer or whatever. Spore. When it destroys a monster sent to the graveyard, it's all battle. It's 1300 attack. Life point increase. What? Yeah, I think like all like the LP increase like for the most part are like just really bad. Like, what's the point? It's like you're not gonna run this Fire Princess because like it already has low attack. Like these cards needed higher attack if you want to like do stuff like that. Especially if it's only by 300. That's not much. All right, 7. Literally just the number 7. Let's see. When there are 3 face-up 7s on your field, draw 3 cards and destroy them. When it's sent from the field to the graveyard, increase life points by 700. Yeah, why not just run 3 better cards? You're using 3 cards to get 3 cards, so that's neutral. You do gain life points, but although if all 3 are destroyed, does 2 of them miss timing? Like, do you only get one of them off? Is there rulings on this? Okay, they form a chain. Okay. So you do get 2100 life points, which it's not nothing. But yeah, you just like run 3 other cards and then you don't have to worry about the 3. Yeah. Like is like the draw is just it's pretending. Now we got like the last couple ones here. We're going through them. We're getting through them. These long ass streams. Why do I do this? Why do I do this to myself? Light of Judgment. Yeah, I mean, basically what it is that you're essentially just gaining like 2k life. Basically, that's basically all it is. If Sanctuary in the Sky is on the field, discard a light monster, and then you can either look at your opponent's hand and discard a card, or send a card they control to the graveyard. I don't hate that. You discard a card to either see your opponent's hand and straight up rip a card, or you just send a card in the field to the grave. Like, it doesn't destroy; it just sends any card. That's pretty good, right? Has this ever been okay? It's not been used in any like decks, but honestly, yeah, I don't hate that. I could give that a C. I don't know what you guys are thinking. Because like yeah, you have discard, but you can use that for things, right? You can use it for chaos. You can use it for soul, purity, and light. Light of Judgment is a normal trap card that works with Sanctuary in the Sky. So yeah, you can like discard for soul, purity, and light. You can discard for chaos. Um, and then like the two effects are both very strong. Like the discard a light is a bit unfortunate, not only just for discard, but the fact it has to be a light. But if you're running like this kind of deck, you're going to be running those anyway, so like you're going to have one, in which you might be able to make use of it. I don't know. And then we get to the other agents. We already did Venus, but we got the three other ones. Terra into Saint, yeah, discard a light for a good discard effect. Yeah, and also you get to see their whole hand. Um, so it's essentially it's a confiscation, or it's just a it's a pop, which is was one thing that always surprised me about Yu-Gi-Oh that there's not, as far as to my knowledge, there's not a card that's just like destroy a card on the field, right? Like there's stuff that have like drawback, like some drawbacks to it, and and things you have to do like costs, but nothing that's just like a very plain blanket normal ass generic destroy a card on the field or send a card on the field to the graveyard. The Agent of Force Mars. Not straight up destroy one monster. Yeah, there's destroy monsters, right? You got Maneater Bug, Tribute to the Doomed, Offerings to the Doomed. Stuff that has an asterisk next to it that costs something. Also, can we get the 15 likes? Come on, people. Come on. Does that affect yeah, Maneater. Yeah. But what are you talking about? Voluta? Oops. Oops. The card Oops. Oh, I thought you just say oops for something. Let me look up oops. Target one card you control, destroy it. I mean, yeah, basically, but if it just had a card on the field or just a card your opponent controls, basically that. The Agent of Force Mars, unaffected by spell cards or effects. That's all. I mean, it has zero stats. While you control Sanctuary and your LP are higher than your opponent's, this card gains attack defense equal to the difference. So this basically only works in like if your opponent has very low life, then it's like really strong. Uh, I don't know about this guy, Agent of Mars or Agent of Force Mars. This guy feels very. Even D feels generous. Like this guy feels very situational. Let me look up like an. Look like a fairy deck on like a goat format agent deck or something. Like they all run like Venus, but like that's it. Yeah, Mars seems really bad. I don't know. Like most of the time, like is this guy even going to be useful? Right? Is he going to have like that much different attack? Like I don't know. You have no control over it. You really don't. He gotta be like really good, or if you're behind the life points, he's useless. I don't know. It feels like an F for me. I don't know about that dog. Like theoretically, like yeah, if you're up by a lot of life points, you're gonna be really good. But like freaking Venus, like you have to pay life points for her effect. Like this guy, I think this guy should have been like the other way around, right? Like if you have less life points, then you get, like I don't know. It just feels way too situational, way too out of your hands to be of like any use. So let's talk about Agent of Wisdom Mercury. Level 4, 0 attack, 17 defense. Once per turn during your standby phase, interesting. If you control a face up card in your monster zone and have no cards in your hand at the end of the opponent's turn, draw one card. That's, again, it's so. I mean, you would have to, like, set it up and pray this guy does not get killed. So you have to, like, set and use potentially everything just to get, like, a card. Just run Jar of Greed or Upstart Goblin. Jeez, I would have thought these agents would have been better. Agents from heck, I say. And finally, the last card of Ancient Sanctuary. A do something that basically does nothing. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's funny how good Venus is, like, comparison to, like, the other ones. But let's see with Agent of Judgment, Saturn. Level 6, 2400 attack. Finally, one that has attack. While your LP is higher than your opponent's, you can tribute it, inflict damage to your opponent equal to the difference. Must control Sanctuary in the sky. It cannot cut the battle phase. You activate this effect. It is definitely win more. I will say though, for the time, I suppose like it's a one tribute fairy. So if you're doing like a mono fairy deck, and if you're like way ahead, like you don't have to use this effect, but if you're way ahead, I mean, that can be a huge difference. But like these guys would have been much better if it was just the opposite, because you can run stuff like Cyberstein and Megamorph and stuff to have some really powerful attacks. I mean, like he has Jinzo attack. I'm not saying he's like good. I feel like I want to give him a D if I'm being nice. Because I at least like compare to these guys. This guy at least has like it's a one tribute as attack. Its effect is like you don't have to use its effect, but it can potentially be strong. Whereas Mars can potentially have really high attack, but like that's the only thing it can do. Yeah, you can at least like tribute to like get Venus out, get the Shine Balls tribute next turn, like summon a guy. It's a grill. It's a it looks like a monster to me. Let's see. Well, the mythological god Saturn is a dude. So I'm not gonna define anything here. It is what it is. But goodness gracious, do we get to 15? We did not get to 15 likes. Ah man, jeez, this set was these last few sets, man. I tell you all are getting your bang for your buck for these streams. Yeah, this set was tough to get through. I will say a lot of really bad cards. Not many like really great cards, and like some of the cards like still took a while to see play, like beckoning light, wall revealing light. Some of this stuff. Really not much of a C tier. Even the C tier, I'm like, I was a bit generous with like some of the cards. Saturday restriction Dark Strike Fire didn't have first, right? Matthew DeMar, what's up? Too fond of set as a kid. I mean, there's a lot to like about it. Like I think aesthetically it's cool. It does have good cards. It has cool cards. It has a lot of like interesting new ways to like form a deck. Right? You got agents, fairies, normal monsters, the pharaoh things. Like you got different stuff you can like mess around with. Um, and like even a lot of like the D cards, like a lot of stuff you can like look at and be like, okay, maybe I can like mess around with this, toy around with it a little bit. Especially like in schoolyard Yu-Gi-Oh, like like when people are kids. I could definitely see you taking a chunk of this deck and being or this set and trying to form something out of it, right? Whereas it may be more likely to get off Spirit of the Pharaoh on the playground or the Law of the Normal on the playground. Like it feels like it's more targeted towards schoolyard Yu-Gi-Oh than anything else, personally. But that said, I mean, as cards go, it is a majority of stinkers. I might have the most amount of like F tier cards that isn't just plain ass vanillas. But this is the last of the TCG exclusive sets. So next time we'll be doing the first like worldwide sets, starting with Soul of the Duelist, which will take significantly shorter. So that either means that stream will be shorter, or I'll have a little bit more time to like not stress out about getting the list done and not kill my voice and spending all night talking about crap cards. Perhaps we'll see more quality. Perhaps we'll see some more intriguing discussion. But guess we'll find that out. So yeah, currently my Patreon on Sunday, coming Sunday, Booster 2 video. Very exciting stuff. You can watch it right now on my Patreon for a little as $2 a month to help support the channel. Probably got some fun stuff for the next coming months. For the next 2 months at least, I got like stuff planned. Very excited for that. But yeah, thank you all for stopping by. I think I'm gonna call it a stream there. It was another fun time. Glad to finally get through like all this stuff. But we did it. We all did it together. Made progress. So thank you all, and until I see you all next time, have a wonderful day.